listen, the plastic that they're in is where the issues are. But they do that to cut corners because they pre-cook them. They put them in these containers, and they roll from there. I guess, brother. You can put it right there.
Broke my heart was that Chipotle.
I'm a still rock guy. Listen, it's happening. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not quitting on. Listen, what I'm gonna do? What is the first thing gonna do when you gonna eat? What you gonna eat? In this world? What you eat? What if you ain't got it like that? What if you got the skills?
You got a wife
might
at
have
home.
cooking
You got
skills.
no excuse, brother. You got a wife at home.
She works hard. A lot of working. It's hard to do it. Anyway, shalom, everybody. Am I doing something wrong? Hope everybody's doing well. We're about to get started today. Shabbat shalom to everybody. Shalom to brothers out there at ISBHPK Houston, ISBHPK Virginia. Come on up.
Come in, bro.
Matter of fact, we got to get that thing.
Yeah.
ISBHPK Virginia, ISBHPK Rochester. Shalom to all the brothers and sisters getting this work in, doing the work, doing a good thing. Hope everybody's doing well this Sabbath. No, the other way. But yeah, we're gonna get started. Just want to make sure everybody's doing good before we go into the prayers. And today, hopefully, we are two more. So we're gonna get through the rest of the book of Joshua, finish up the book of Joshua, and then get ready for Judges next week. That's the goal. You put them in there? Cool. So, without further ado, what's that? No, I can do that. Without further ado, let's get started. Amajim, Wapanya, you're right. Shalom.
Face Jerusalem.
Just us.
All right.
Back up some, sir. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Birthday Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Birthday Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa.
Hawa.
Nethanawa. Awar. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light this day. Thanks. So be it.
Birthday Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Birthday Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nethanawa. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Amajim, Wapanya, Yerushalayim. Rise and face Jerusalem. Y'all come on through, y'all. It's cool. No, it's cool. Everything will be okay. Birthday Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Birthday Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nethanawa. Hashabbat. Bashalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
Psalms 121. Ainasha.
Ayanyamya.
Al. Hahayam. Ma'aya. Yabua'al. Isaiah. Yabua'al. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'asha. Shemayim. Wa'aratiza. La'a. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regolia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashamoya. Hana. Yala'a. Nawam, Wala'ah, Yashan, Shashawamar, Yasharala, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayah, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makol, Rai, Yashemar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Hawalakia, Wabawa'ayah, Ma'aitha, I will up.
I will lift up my eyes to the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Yeah. Israelite credo. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Elohayinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power is one.
That was my fault. Shema Yasharala,
Yahweh,
Elohayinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Elohayinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Sheba Shemaya, Kodash, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwatka, Taba, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Barataza, Kawa, Haya, Bashemaya, Nathalanawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachlanawa, Chawathinawa, Kasalachanawa, Chawathinawa, Wala'a, Zabia. Banasai one, Abo, Hawashinawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwat, Waha'ala, Wathaparat, La'ai Walamyam. Amen.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. Okay. 10 Commandments. La'a Yahaya, Laka, Alahayim, Achayim, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2, La'a, Ta'ayna, Laka, Pasal, Wala'a, Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3, La'a, Ta'laqwacha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4, Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, La Kodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a. Tharatazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a. Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a. Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Ta'ayna, Shukor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Thachamat, Ko, Asherah, Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Nope.
No.
Rakatay Hawa Ba'Shem Yahshai, Hahawa'a, Nathanawa, Hathawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Okay, Israel, you shopping? We'll get started. Okay. Where we left off last week was us conquering, or at least laying out, for the most part, the basic framework of the wars that were needed to establish ourselves back into our homeland. Okay, and the work wasn't completely finished, but for the most part, it was an opportunity for Joshua to start allowing Israel to start moving into their cities versus just being congregated in the land of Shiloh, which is where they were. Now, Shiloh was in the central part of the land of Canaan, so they had access to the north and the south and the west and the east. So my point is this. In chapter 15, the tribe of Judah established their land lot. Lots were already established for the people, but Judah established their lot and their land first. Now we already know on the east side of Jordan you had Reuben, you had Gad, and you had the half tribe of Manasseh had their land on the east of Jordan. So now we still have to sit back here and iron out the specifics of where all the families of the tribes go in their lands. So that's what we're going to be reading for the next few chapters. And I think it's important, if we can, we'll try to get through this entire chapter and then come back here next week and start in Judges. But for now, we're going to start Joshua chapter 16, verse 1. Let's get started at it. Down yet?
Yes, sir.
Shalom, everybody online. Hope everybody's doing well.
Shalom.
Adam Shah Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
Adam, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashala. I imagine. Bro. Yahawah Ba'ashem Yah Shabrakatah.
Yahawah Ba'ashem Yah Shabrakatah.
All right. What's up? All right. So, let's get Joshua chapter 16. Let's get rolling. Well, like I said, chapter 15 dealt with the fact that Judah got their land lot established. And obviously, as we know, Judah, their inheritance was south of the land of Shiloh. And it gave all the borders in the last week's class. So we're going to go into Joshua, Ephraim, Manasseh, their land lots, and so forth and so on. So let's read that.
Joshua chapter 16 and verse 1. And the lot of the children of Joseph fell from Jordan by Jericho unto the water of Jericho on the east, to the wilderness that goeth up from Jericho throughout Mount Bethel, and goeth out from Bethel to Luz, and passeth along unto the borders of Akai to Atarath, and goeth down westward to the coast of Japhleti, unto the coast of Beth Horon, the nether, and to Gezer, and the goings out thereof are at the sea. So the children of Joseph, Manasseh, and Ephraim took their inheritance. And the border of the children of Ephraim, according to their families, was thus. Even the border of their inheritance on the east side was a Torath Adar.
I want to make sure I explain this. It said that the lots were already set. The lots were set in chapter 14. Everybody knew what their lots were. It was about, at this particular time, having the willingness to go and take the land that was already established for them. And that's what Ephraim is doing now, and that's what Manasseh is doing. Judah did it first. Let's keep going.
Unto Beth Horon, the upper, and the border went out towards the sea to Macmetha on the north side. And the border went about eastward unto Tanah Silo, and passed by it on the east to Genoa. And it went down from Genoa to Atarath, and to Naharah, and came to Jericho, and went out at Jordan. The border went out from Tepoa westward unto the river Kanah, and the goings out thereof were at the sea. This is the inheritance of the children of Ephraim by their families,
Okay. All it's doing right here is explaining all the bordering areas of the city. Now, Ephraim, everybody, the tribes are still located in the city of Shiloh. Shiloh encompasses the inheritance of Ephraim as well, just so we can understand this situation. So now, if you look on different maps, I should have put it up here, but on different maps, this is where we should have put it on there. Like, that's my fault. Should have had you meet up earlier with me to do this. But if you look on the maps, you can sit back here and just type in the division of the 12 tribes. You can start seeing where all the lands and all the tribes kind of got their lands established. Okay? So Ephraim got their land. Manasseh's going to get their land next. Let's continue.
Verse 9. And the separate cities from the children of Ephraim were among the inheritance of the children of Manasseh, in the cities with their villages. And they drave not out the Canaanites that dwelt in Gezer, but the Canaanites dwelt among the Ephraimites unto this day.
I want to point out one thing, one territorial concept for the class. This is right here in the Harper's Bible Dictionary. It says Ephraim. It says the territory assigned to Ephraim at the conquest was bounded on the north by Manasseh's land, extending to the south edge of the plain of Esdraelon, on the east by the Jordan Rift as far as south as Jericho, on the south by Dan and Benjamin, and on the west by the Mediterranean. Its most important city was Shechem. We always hear about Shechem in the Bible, so
and what he's bringing out is right, because what the scriptures were given is, like, I guess, notable cities versus legitimate territory areas, because the way they broke the area down, to the east is Jordan, to the north is Manasseh, to the south is Benjamin, and to the west is the Mediterranean. But what I wanted to bring out as we're reading, listen, it's very important that we take our time reading even these chapters that might seem redundant, because it still gives us enough information to be clarified about what's about to happen in this next chapter, this next book, and it also lets us know about our spiritual condition. I want you to read verse 10 again.
Verse 10 from the top. And they drave not out the Canaanites that dwelt in Gezer, but the Canaanites dwelt among the Ephraimites unto this day.
I want you to read chapter 15, verse 63.
Joshua chapter 15 and verse 63. As for the Jebusites, the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the children of Judah could not drive them out, but the Jebusites dwell with the children of Judah at Jerusalem unto this day.
So listen, it says Judah got their allotments in chapter 15.
Okay.
They couldn't get the Canaanites out. Right. Ephraim got their allotments in chapter 16. They couldn't get the Canaanites out. You're going to start seeing a common theme about Israel not finishing what they started. And the crazy thing is, when there's blessings, what it's also showing about our nature, the nature of mankind, even though the Most High gives us blessings, we have to be conscious of the fact that there's still more work to do. I know a lot of our people, when we get blessings, we get so excited and happy with the blessings that we get, that we still don't remember or are conscious of the fact that there's still more work to do after this. Matter of fact, let's read this verse. I think it is in Mark. Give me a second. It's almost hundredfold with persecutions.
Oh yeah, with persecution.
It's Mark 10. Let's read Mark chapter 10, verse 28. And we're going to read down to like 31.
Mark chapter 10 and verse 28.
Yep.
Then Peter began to say unto them, Lo, we have left all and have followed thee.
This is what Peter was saying. We've given everything up, and it's all about you, Christ. Read on.
And Yahushua answered and said, Verily I say unto you, there is no man that hath left house, or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my sake, in the Gospels, but he shall receive 100-fold now in this time, houses and brethren, and sisters and mothers, and children and land.
Stop. So it's telling you that the Most High will bless you 100-fold for the things that you've sacrificed. You'll get blessed for the hard work that you invest into serving the Most High. But what we don't understand is, for every blessing that we get, for every good thing that happens into our life, there comes other things to it. Read it again from verse 30.
From verse 30. But he shall receive 100-fold now in this time, houses and brethren and sisters and mothers and children and lands with persecutions, and in the world to come eternal life.
So what it's showing you is still, with all the blessings that we get, there comes new persecutions. There comes new responsibilities. There comes new challenges. Now the children of Israel just got all these lands allotted to them. And for all of us, we have to make a decision. Do I sit back here and really focus on the blessings that I'm having? Or do I sit back here, go in and embrace my blessing, but be conscious of the persecutions that come behind the blessing? Another way to explain persecution is this: responsibility. What are the added responsibilities now that I have once I have my blessing?
It's like a child.
We're sitting back here to think about how hard they had to work. It was 5+ years from the time that Joshua took the helm. It was 5 years of fighting to get over from the land of Jordan, the river Jordan, to take out all these people in these wars. 5 years. So it was 5 years of fighting, and the reward is this land. Now the issue is, Israel lost the mindset to continue being in that fighting spirit, because it kept showing you, whether it was the Jebusites in the land of Jerusalem with the Jews, with Judah, or if we're dealing with Ephraim, with the Canaanites that refused to leave. Because the crazy thing is this: was it the fact that the Jews couldn't fight them and overcome them? Was it that? It says in Joshua 16:10, and they drave not the Canaanites that dwelt in Gezer, but the Canaanites dwelt among the Ephraimites this day, and served under tribute. So was it the fact that they couldn't eliminate them, or they didn't want to eliminate them?
You know what it likens to me? It's very close to the it's very close to the idea of when we come in the truth, we do get rid of certain major flaws that are in our spirit, right?
Yep.
Like
we all have accomplishments.
Some of us may have had real major issues with smoking. Some of us have major issues with our families.
Addiction.
Some have major issues with addiction or depression. And then coming into the truth from the world, you had to overcome the greater matters of your spirit just to get here.
Yep.
Some people don't like to read. That really is a issue in Israel, because if I can't read, I can never restrengthen my spirit. I'm always waiting for somebody to tell me an answer. But certain people, most of us, majority of us, get past the world, quote unquote, the elements of the world, and come to the truth. And then the truth is about fine tuning. The truth is, now I'm in the Word. I went from smoking and drinking and whoremongering to now I'm in the truth, and now it's about fine tuning my outlook, changing my conversation, learning spiritual habits. Those smaller, they're not small, but those issues that remain in the spirit, remain in our spirit, that aren't the major problems. Those are our remaining Canaanites in our spirit. If you look at it that way, I'll read one scripture real quick. Proverbs 2:21, just to prove that point. Proverbs 2:21.
Okay.
Proverbs chapter 2 and verse 21.
Proverbs, God, man.
It always ends up going there, bro. I don't even know why it's there. I'm like, I know scripture.
Mm-hmm. It's great.
For the upright shall dwell in the land.
The upright.
Great
We
verse.
are upright
Wow.
people. We want to serve the Most High. We don't want to go to church. We want to pray to white Jesus. We don't want to sit here.
We don't want to pray to white Jesus.
We don't wanna pray to
Nobody
white
wants
Jesus.
to do. None of y'all should want to do that.
Yeah, we don't want to pray to the Ankh, this cross with a circle, this woman, this man
it's lame.
symbol. We don't want to sit here and believe in ourselves like we're the Most High. What's up, God? Peace, God.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
This is a great verse, man.
We're not doing that. I believe every last one of us that come into Israel have a desire to be upright. That's respected. That's the A part of the scripture. But the latter part of the scripture says this.
B portion.
And the perfect shall remain in it.
Like that. Go ahead.
He says, say it again.
And the perfect shall remain in it.
But the perfect shall remain in it. When you look at the word perfect means complete. That's what the word perfection means. The Bible says they bring no fruit to perfection. That means that you're bearing fruit, but you're not completing.
Because the thing is, you know why we're not completing what you're bearing? Because when we get the blessing, we get comfortable and we get laxed.
Come.
The first sight of doing good works and the Most High rewards us, by nature we want to relax. We want to turn down the intensity. We want to sit back and reap the benefits of the work that got us to this point versus maintaining that same urgency. You know the challenges in the truth in general? And this is why what he said about comparing our exploits in the land of Canaan and comparing it to our life, it's essentially the same, because one of the difficult things, matter of fact, go to Revelation, which is when we lost our first love.
Yeah.
Because one of the challenges in serving the Most High is the fact that you start off hot, you start off strong, and then over time, your passion to keep yourself potent starts to wane. Go to Revelation chapter 2, verse 2, down.
Revelation chapter 2, and verse 2.
Revelation chapter 2 and verse 2. Okay?
I know thy works, and thy labor, and thy patience, and how thou canst not bear them which are evil.
So the Most High knows what's inside of us. He knows our desire to stand up for what's right. He knows our passion to live right in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. Read on.
And thou hast tried them which say they are apostles, and are not, and hast found them liars.
So a lot of times you can try an apostle or a person in this work to determine they're a liar by just dealing with the difficulty of the work and the responsibility that comes from being a leader or a teacher of this work. Read on.
And hast borne, and hast patience, and for my name's sake hast labored, and hast not fainted.
So what he's saying is, he knows the fact that brothers dedicate and give and have put their works in and put their time in for a period of time. It's one thing to be potent for a year or two, maybe 5 years. He sees that work. But the challenge is what? Read on.
Nevertheless, I have somewhat against thee, because thou hast left thy first love.
So what happens is a lot of us lose that first level of intensity, that first level of passion.
And fear.
Because that first love is what it takes to make the biggest changes. When you first come into truth and your passion is at the tip top when you're youth, you make zealous decisions to change and break what's inside of you, don't you?
Big time.
When you first come in, you give up everything and don't give two shits about what you lose. Then over time in the truth, then you start becoming measured and thinking things out and making sure, I don't know if I got to give this much, or I don't know about giving this much and changing this much. Then all of a sudden the giving starts to cut down. The dedication and the zealousness to commit everything starts to wane over time. And what it's showing you is that happens in us, and it definitely happened with the Israelites in the land of Canaan. Because in order to become that perfect man that Dawiyat was talking about, that perfect man was that complete man. How does a man become complete? How does a sister become complete? It's keeping that first love for a long period of time. To keep that passion indefinite. It takes passion and desire and enthusiasm to continue to fix the things inside of you. It takes dedication and hard work to keep breaking these bad habits, to keep digging, to keep pushing, to keep keeping in a state of attack and fight.
And I'm going to say one statement.
Please.
And it's as if you have to treat your next spiritual schism, flaw, issue, or circumstance as if it was your first.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, like, this issue is not going to really be a major problem. That's what we said when we got into our land.
Mm-hmm.
We killed the majority of these people We got rid of, we eradicated it. We got the land, decided for our names. We're not in Egypt no more. We're no longer in the wilderness anymore. These last remaining problems in our land is not going to really bother. It's not going to really take us out.
Yeah, I'm not going to leave the truth if I have this level of lessons.
It's not.
I'm not leaving the truth
Come.
if I flirt with these ideas and these concepts. Because when it says that they couldn't get the Jebusites out, why could they? How come they couldn't get the Jebusites out in the land of Judah? Was it because they were putting up a fight and they were trying to kill them?
No.
Or were they begging and pleading and compromising and saying, "I'll give you money, we'll pay tribute to you, we'll serve you"?
And also, the territory that they were living in was the most arduous, rocky, uncomfortable territory in the land.
Mm-hmm.
So these people were reduced to having to live in tighter, more challenging territories.
Yep.
So I'm gonna tell you the truth. You have to go. Not only you fight, it's one thing to fight somebody on some nice, fruitful land that makes
we
sense.
need to read that. Though. We need to read that again because I think that's important in what you said. Let's go back and how hit this for me. This is the Antiquities of the Jews and the Josephus, book 5. Book 5, chapter 1, paragraph 20, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Yeah, I think so.
Sorry, you said chapter 5?
Chapter 5. No, it says, no, sorry, it's book 5, yeah. Chapter 1, paragraph 20. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
The Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 1, paragraph 20.
Yep.
And now Joshua was old and saw that the cities of Canaanites were not easily to be taken.
So listen, Joshua was getting at the age where he couldn't physically push the rest of the nation to complete these battles.
And can I make this point, please?
Yes.
This is the issue. This I've experienced this myself. When you have an elder man that can no longer push you due to age or further responsibilities, there is a passing of the torch to the next man, right? And I remember when Shamshuan couldn't babysit me no more. Back then he used to be able to babysit me and all. Everything I did bad, he could tap me on the wrist and give me a good talking.
And you wanted that image, you wanted that poster board of him at the
I was like, can he? Like, I didn't think I could do it if he wasn't standing next to me.
Yeah.
I was like, if he stood next to me, I'm the most confident in the world. The Spirit's with me. When he had to pull back because he was pulled into other directions, and I had to stand on my own 2 feet, and I had to believe and have faith in myself. That passing of the torch of now keep these wisdoms, keep these virtues, and keep these ordinances, and keep these methodologies, and keep these approaches on your own. Can you do this without me? Sometimes there's a break in that transition. And this is how camps break down.
Well, the break in the transition just means that's what the Mosai calls Israel sheep.
Yeah.
And as a nation, our people are sheep because our people are up if the leadership is up. They're down if the leadership is down. If a leader is very proactive and out in front, then the people will adapt to that caliber of strength. If the leadership is deficient, then they're going to be deficient.
With leadership.
And this is the problem with Israel. Most of our people need inspiration. They need somebody to feed off of energy-wise, spirit-wise, just inspiration-wise.
And confidence-wise.
Oh, and confidence-wise.
And this is the thing. Can you maintain your confidence without your elder present? That much more in my what? Absence.
You know why? Because a lot of times, and we're going to go into it more on Monday, a lot of times people can read verses, but the problem with Israel a lot of times, they can read, but the reading doesn't translate into real world everyday application. I see a lot of Israel reading books and studying and gathering information, and then 3 hours later their mind is warped because whatever they've experienced out in the world has changed their foundation. Literally because a couple of things happened. So everything that was read wasn't able to be put into application long enough to see the fruits and the value of the studying.
Yeah. And you know how
I see a lot of people will read and read and read and read and not be able to hold on to what they're reading in order to actually see the benefit of reading and studying at the clip that they're doing, the rate that they're doing.
And for example, we should have all experienced this. You have a 2-hour counsel, a 2-3 hour conversation, everything's good.
Hell, a class would be 2 or 3 hours.
Listen, right after class, everything that was taught, something will happen, and everything that got put in their ear was as if it wasn't put in their ear. They're saying it's in one ear and what?
Out the other.
Out the other. We didn't retain the information. We received it, but am I retaining it? The Bible says the insides of a fool is like a broken pot or a broken short.
It's crazy.
It can't hold the water. So we're being poured into by Christ. You're being poured into by elder sisters. You're being poured into by elder brothers. But are you retaining what's been poured into you?
Yeah.
And when you transition from Joshua and he's aging to the next generation, how much do they retain?
You know the crazy thing? These people thought it was Moses. They thought it was Joshua. They didn't realize the Most High was with all of them.
Yeah.
If they just held on fast to the lessons and the knowledge the Most High was giving them. But we need a figurehead. This is why Israel, even down the line when we got to Samuel,
Yep.
they wanted a king.
Right.
They want somebody. You know why a person wants a king? Why a person wants a figurehead? So they don't got to think.
Exactly.
They don't have to be accountable and responsible for their own selves.
Huh?
If it's on the figurehead, then if it goes bad, it's your fault.
Exactly.
I ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm
It's
just
easy.
following orders. I can sit back here and cake through it.
I'm Bennett and I ain't in it.
But when I got to sit back here and I have a stake in this, and whether I rise or fall is based upon my decisions, my execution,
Yeah.
my application. Now I am in this with you.
And I feel like this. It's almost as if children are famous for this. You can blame your parents when you're a teenager. You can blame your parents. My parents ain't did this. Daddy didn't do that. Mama didn't do this. Mama didn't do that. Now you have your own household.
Be better.
Listen, you got your own house now.
Yeah.
You got your own CPS, your own soul.
You got your own house.
You got your
own car.
You got everything. You got your own license.
Yeah.
Now, the decisions you make, you can't blame mommy and daddy no more.
Yeah.
That's on you now.
And if they were so bad, then create a better standard.
If they were just such a bad parent, they just were this bad people, then that means you should learn from their mistakes
And do better.
So you have no right to say, I have no right to say, well, because of this circumstance in my youth, that is why as a man I have the right and permission to make mistakes. No, I don't have permission anymore.
Yep.
I have permission to do it better. That's what the Bible says. It says the upright shall make it to the land. But the second part says the perfect or complete, the person that learned the lessons, shall remain. And it's not about getting somewhere. It's about lasting. Getting married is easy, but staying married is hard. Getting healthy is easy. Staying healthy is hard.
Getting a school is easy. Keeping it is hard.
Yeah.
Getting men into knowledge is easy. Easier.
Retaining these men.
Retaining is harder than bringing
That's
them in.
very hard to retain.
To retain them and develop them and build them up, so they can gain confidence in this. That's the hard work. So the crazy thing is this. But the problem with Israel, the mindset we have is once we get minor accomplishments, once we start to attain small things in Christ, we're so focused on the minor blessings we get, we lose the mindset of how to maintain. I'm telling you, we can sit back and enjoy our works when we're old and gray. And for my reason, older and gray. The point is this, is that stop focusing on the minor blessings we have and continue focusing on the perfection or the completing of the work that's at hand. And this is what Israel wasn't doing. It was like, yeah, these Canaanites are here. They're begging and pleading. They want to pay tribute. Let's just make this money off these dudes versus sitting back here and going through all the discomfort of breaking them.
And can I get this? And that is a spirit of compromise and justification.
That was what I was going to say about the compromise.
It's the spirit. I'm going to explain, make it clear. The spirit of compromise is, I know what I was told. I know what my elder told me to do. I know my mother and father told me to do. I know I read in the Bible, but I'm looking for permission to slack. I'm looking for permission to take my foot off the gas.
It was almost like what Kyle was like,
Yeah.
let's find a way to make it easier. Isn't there a better way or an easier way to get this accomplished?
And what is we're looking for we're looking for permission to deviate. That's why the Bible says, make no provision for the flesh. Listen, for me, right, I'm not a real big drinker, right? But I know why I used to drink a little bit, right? Actually, I used to drink. When I was
You're
drinking,
not a big drinker.
I'm not a
Never
big drinker.
were.
But I try to drink. I try to
Yeah.
I try to get into it for a period of time, right? I try to get into it. And when I was
I'm
into
gonna
it,
say it again. You still weren't that.
it wasn't that bad. 'Cause I can't handle it like alcohol.
It wasn't. It was.
But for me, I was
It was like wine. Like, come on, man.
I'm saying everything became a reason to drink.
I understand.
I was looking for. I had a good day at the mall. I'm gonna drink. I had a bad day at the mall. I'm gonna drink. I had an argument with a woman. I'm gonna drink. Think it's a good woman. I'm gonna drink. Right? I'm looking for permission to comfort myself, and we all do that. I just got a new house. Just got a new car. Just got a new school. Just got a new camp. Damn. Can I comfort myself? And Christ is always about what? And that pisses us off. We get angry. We end up building a grudge against the Most High.
It's happened. Listen, that issue has happened on individual levels.
Uh-huh.
That issue has happened on large-scale camp building scenarios. It's almost like I've seen it. Once the school is built, then the fight is to pay it off.
Yeah.
Then once it's paid off,
It's done. School's done.
Then what?
School's over, bro.
If we better sit back here and continue to create other goals, other reasons to fight. But this is not the nature of Israel. What Israel does is once a war is accomplished, let me just relax and enjoy what's around me and enjoy the fact that we won versus realizing that we haven't fully won. It's really creating this spirit of urgency even when there is no urgency.
And you have to do that to stay on top. Israel likes to
stay
pass
spiritually on top.
We like to pass. Listen, when I passed my soldier's test, I was driving my car. I was like, man, I fucking passed the soldier's test. Man, I can't. I feel so good about myself.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look up. I'm driving my car, and the soldier's test is on the dashboard, and the wind just blows it out the window. I'm like, what the hell is this? You know what it was? Once I was like, listen, I'm not gonna let you feel like you accomplished something because you need to take the officer 50 test. You need to go to the next level of rank. Don't just get comfortable where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna put it on my wall, fill my wall.
Black it up.
I was gonna plaque it up and feel good about myself. But if I had did that, I would have slowed down because I know, well, I achieved something. Why do I have to keep pushing? I made it to my soldiership. There's nothing wrong with being a soldier. But it's the idea of I done something, so now I can slow down the Most High's against. And you see it in this chapter.
Yep.
I want to pull one more scripture. Revelations 3 and 2.
Well, I want to.
Oh, you've got.
I want to go. I want to finish Revelations real quick.
Okay, I'm done.
Josie.
No, I want to finish Revelations, and then we're gonna go to that one, and then to this one.
Okay, done deal. Cool. We can.
Because it's in Revelation still.
Okay.
Read verse 4 and 5.
All right.
Revelations chapter 2 and verse 4. Nevertheless, I have somewhat against thee,
Okay.
because thou hast left thy first love.
I'm telling you, the first love that a man has is what you need to continue to resurface and rekindle, so you can continue to make significant changes in your character, to make significant headway in your battles. A lot of us lose that first love, we lose that first passion, we start to coast in the truth.
Yeah.
We start to take it easy. We have to take our foot off the gas, and that's how we start to slowly but surely wither away.
Go.
Now read verse 6.
Revelations 2 and 6.
I'm told it's 5. Slack you.
Revelations 2 and 5. Remember therefore from whence thou art fallen, and repent, and do the first works.
The first works. Having the mindset to continue to do the first works. The first works are discipline, selflessness, the willingness to be uncomfortable. Those are the first works that a lot of men, once they come in the truth for a while, they lose. Can I sit back here? I lost the ability to sit back here and grind with the men, suffer with the men, lose for the body, put myself last. Those are the first works that a lot of us over time get tired of doing. and you lose your spiritual edge when you do that. So it says if we want to gain your first love, if you want to regain your first love, you have to go back to the first works. Because why does a man lose his first love? Because he stops wanting to do what got him there in the first place. This is the mindset that we have to maintain. When you come in, it doesn't matter what you're asked to do, you're going to do it. But those are the first works. That's the first love. That's how you stay connected to the Father.
The humility.
The humility to sit back here and take the step back. And to, I get it, sis. And to sit back here and to take the step back
crazy, yeah.
and do what the body does.
Come on.
But over time, we lose that willingness to take that step back. We lose our spiritual edge.
Come on.
So if we want to sit back and stay potent, don't lose your edge. Always be willing to do that grunt work. When Israel got into this new land, they should have kept the mind of a soldier.
Yep.
This isn't over. This job isn't over. We have to overcome these people. They will eventually grow strong and won't be able to deal with them anymore. Let's finish what we start. Eliminate and eradicate any of this sickness around us. What you're going to start seeing, though, is Israel, in the next chapter or two, starts bickering over land size. They make it more about how much of a portion I got versus the portion you got. The size of the land was more important than eliminating our enemies.
And it shows Israel's one-dimensional.
Yeah, and the one dimension is me.
Exactly.
Number one, that's the one dimensional.
Yes.
If it doesn't make me smile, I don't want to do it. If I'm not winning, who wants to get there? Who wants to get bloody again? I want to get bloody again like Braveheart. Who wants body parts and brain on their body all damn day long? They got tired. That was 5 years of it. They got tired of it. They got tired of being Braveheart guys.
Yeah.
So is the first love the Most High or accomplishments?
The first love is the willingness to do whatever the Most High wants, or the willingness to do whatever is needed to please the Heavenly Father.
That's what every man does when he has his zeal up.
When he first comes in, whatever I got to do, I'm going to do it. But as we get older, we start sitting back here and our thinking changes. Now we start thinking about other people, families, ribs and kids, and the sacrifice becomes less and less important, and you start to water down. And these are just the facts. Most men think about
This
that.
is most men.
Then they're all men.
Yeah.
And we all need that resurgence.
Because we have the idea, how much do I have to lose?
And
that's the game. Listen. In the beginning, I believed that you fight this much, you serve this much, you sacrifice this much, and then your battles are all over.
Because half the time, well, it's either that or when you're young, you don't have nothing to lose.
Yeah.
It's all uphill.
True.
You come from nothing. You're single, you're broke, you need guidance, and everything's a build-up. But then, so you're willing to do whatever it takes to build up. But then once you build up, then you're afraid of losing what you got. That's how you've lost your first love. Because the first love, before you had the rib and the cars and the car notes and the homes, was him. Now, I don't want to lose everything I've built. Even though I built it based off the mercy of the Heavenly Father. So it says, it tells you in verse 5 to get to cure your first love, you got to go back to the first works.
Yep.
And the passion to tap into the first works. Whatever it takes, the work comes first. If I lose it, I lose it. I never had it. I look at it this way. Everything I've gotten in this work was because of the mercy of the Heavenly Father. So if I focus on the blessings you gave me, the Most High is going to take it from me because He gave it to me in the first place. So if I keep my focus and priority on pleasing the Heavenly Father, I'll keep my blessing. But I can't. But it's, well, you know what the dynamic keeps showing us. The blessing only stays if your priority isn't on the blessing, and that's how you keep your first love. But our issues are we're so focused on the blessing, we forget that there is a certain level of work that you have to invest in and keep to keep the blessing. I have a certain mindset I have to commit to, a certain level of dedication and discipline I have to keep up to ensure this stays. But as we keep acquiring and we keep getting blessings, now there's more persecutions that kick in. You know what the persecution is? Responsibilities, pulls, needs,
Less time for you.
Less time, and then the pulls and the persecutions starts trying to take time from what? You doing your job for the Most High. So now it's like now you're losing your first love because your energy and your intention is stifled. Because what they got going on isn't as important as is more important than the Most High's demand for your spirit. And that's how we start to fall apart. Being unsuccessful in the management and time management that happens when you start to serve the Lord. That's where most people fall short in.
Yeah.
Can I keep the Most High wants this time. And I got this much time left to give to my family and everything around me. Most people do this. They give less to the work, they give more to their family, and they still keep their time for themselves.
Yeah, listen.
That's what people do to balance things out.
3 parties can't be served at the same time.
Yep.
It's for brothers without families. It's camp work, me time, and brotherhood time.
Yep.
Because now you gotta put time in the brothers.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm running this damn brother all the damn time, what's time for me? Damn.
There ain't no
what about
time.
me?
That's the answer.
Listen.
That's the answer.
Okay, camp, work. Brothers.
You know, and
like,
no brothers.
what about me?
Nope. And it's either that.
With or without family, it's the same dynamic. I can't serve 3. I can't serve 2 masters, but damn sure I can't serve 3.
Yep. Because the truth is this, and that's where the love starts to get split, and men start losing the first love because they don't realize that you have to just lose your life. You have no fucking life.
You have to accept
in order to get this work to maintain this work, it's the work, it's your family, and then you might get 30 minutes. You know how we know that? What was Christ's experience?
Wow.
It was the body the body of Christ, all the people he was healing and teaching and helping, right? Mm-hmm. Then he had to sit back and teach his disciples. And then the disciples were knocked out, and he was up, and he was chilling on Mount Olives. He had a little. He was getting it was team no sleep.
Yeah.
No me time.
There is no me time. The more blessings, the persecution is you lose you. But the struggle that we face is we fight for the me time, which means either if you're gonna keep fighting for me time, that means the work gets diminished, or you become a shit dad. Something's got to go.
So you still have to maintain your house too, right?
Well, yes, but Israel, I'm telling you, Israel back in the day, the mindset was the work, brothers, and whatever you do at night, you do at night. And a lot of families were not attended to. What's that?
You have to balance it out.
But you know what the balance is? The balance is on your time.
Right.
That's the game.
The balance is, listen, the work don't change. The first love and the priorities don't change. However you micromanage your home life will determine the relationships you have with your kids and your ribs and your family.
It's like having a different perspective of what home is, right? Like when I go home, it's supposed to be labor anyway. Like, it's supposed to be counsel, right? It's supposed to be.
Well, you know what? See, that's not how people think. You know how it used to be? Home's supposed to be the place you rest.
Right.
Serve me, woman. Serve me, cook and clean woman.
Now.
Kick your feet up.
Serve.
Do now.
Now.
Yeah.
I man, you woman.
Pick up my shirt.
Yeah.
I threw it on the floor. I threw it on the floor. You pick it up.
Listen, that was how things used to be. Ultra potent He-Man Israelite. The point is this: that ain't gonna work if you want to keep and build a family. Because you know what I learned very early in the game? You want to be laid up in the room sleeping? Guess who else gonna be laying up sleeping? You want to sit back here and do this, and you turn back around like this. Then you're like, you get up and say, "How come ain't no breakfast being cooked?" Niggas, you laying up. How come ain't no dishes being washed and clothes being washed? What I had to learn a long time ago was I have to be the engine and the motor of the family too.
Exactly.
Yeah, the spirit of.
You got to be the spirit. If you lay it up, everybody else is gonna lay up. It's no different in the camp. If I'm laying up in the camp, the whole camp's going to lay up. So guess what that means? When you get your ass home, you're going back to work.
Yep.
But a lot of Israel don't think like that. They think that everybody's supposed to cover for them and handle their responsibilities, and then they can call themselves being on point because I'm focusing on the work. It's all about the program. So because I'm giving myself to the program, I can be lazy at home. No, what it means is you got to be burnt out here. You go home and you burn out, and guess what? There's no time for
Nothing for you.
and you know what you get? You know what you get? The peace of mind
Exactly.
that everything is done right
My home
and
is in
everything
order.
is structured. That's all you getting, B.
That's all I wanted.
But you know what? Well, we want more than that.
Well,
We do want more, but that's what we have to accept,
Right.
Yeah, that's the game we're playing.
and that's the problem. But see, that mindset is the mindset that everywhere I go, there's responsibilities I have to face.
Right.
This is what Israel lost track of.
But that's the
How can I go to sleep knowing that right down the way, these dudes, they're smiling in my face, they're paying me tribute, but they're waiting for an opportunity to cut my throat.
they're planning a comeback. Guys.
They just got to sit back here and rebuild. You think these people want? We just took their whole shit. We housed their whole city. Their whole way of life is turned upside down.
Right.
Now they're serving tribute. Yeah, they're going to sit back here and kiss the ring. For now,
For now, they ain't gonna forget though.
hell no, they're not going to forget.
And
But I'm so focused on what I'm doing, I'm not thinking about, I got to eliminate this threat now.
And these issues we have that we sleep on, I haven't smoked in 4 or 5 years. I haven't been back in the world. These people.
But
in
I'm
4 or
still
5 years.
slothful in this.
Yeah.
I'm still, there's a lot of fallow ground. I'm slothful in this. I'm stubborn in this. I haven't changed in this, but I'm strong in these things. It's how a person looks at themselves, how a person looks at life.
Yeah.
Most of us want to look in the mirror and tell ourselves that we're doing good. Right or wrong? We want to tell ourselves how we're on point, how we've grown, how we're doing good enough. I remember, I never forget a brother, I'm not going to name his name, but the brother told me this: as long as my chest is as big as my stomach, or as long as my chest is bigger than my stomach, I'm fine. Or as long as my chest is as equal to my stomach, I'm fine. That's a recipe for goddamn disaster.
You know why? Because it pushes the idea of I accept this negative as long
And
as
I
I have
am
positive.
and I am okay. I'm not that bad.
Yeah.
And that thinking gets you to start breaking down from within.
Bench press.
Yeah, bench press Israelites. Versus looking in the mirror and saying, you know what can I work on today? What do I have to keep working on in myself? But a lot of people hate the mindset that they have to stay in a constant state of discomfort. And they gotta function in a mindset that I have to operate with this level of urgency and pressure in the back of my head.
That's called seeking the Lord.
People hate that. That in the back of my head, I'm not doing enough.
Right.
I gotta do more. This ain't enough. That is the key to your verse that you talked about in Proverbs about finding that perfection.
Yeah, remain the perfect.
You only get perfection and completion if you keep telling yourself there's something else to work on. There's something else to work on. The job isn't done. I got too many issues in my spirit. Have I tightened up? Listen, a person who studies. Okay, I'm studying, but there's so many different topics in the Bible. Have you gotten all the topics? Have you mastered the Gospels? Have you mastered Revelations? Have you mastered the Torah readings? Have you mastered all the intermediary chapters? Do you understand how to counsel your people? Motivate your people. Inspire your people. Create arenas so that they can grow in. There's always something to do. But can you keep looking for something to do? Or are you looking for a reason to take a break and take a chill pill?
And that's the compromise. And that's the self-justification.
Because in their head, in Israel's head, listen, they're going to pay me tribute. Cool. And I'm going to get some bread for it. I'll make more money, I can take that money and flip it. Versus sitting back here, the crazy thing is this. Or I can kill them off and build this shit on my own. Wipe out all the threats, all the weakness, eradicate the weakness around me, so I can sit back here and build this empire the right way with less help. You can look at it two ways. All these people around, you can look at them as help because they were servants. Or I can sit back here and say, I can do all this the hard way. It takes longer, but it'll be done right. Is what I'm saying making sense? Or you look at your spirit, all these people that are here are still weaknesses, weak elements in me that I have to eradicate.
It's a reflection of what's in us.
What's that?
Now, these things, the elements of our spirit that remain, is a reflection of us in our relationship with the Most High. Most High, I think this is good enough. That's what we tell ourselves. When the point in your life you tell yourself you're good enough, that's right before you're about to lose everything. Because you don't lose everything in one event.
No.
You lose it over a succession of time.
Yep.
Because you've trained your
Making
mind.
bad decisions.
I've trained my mind to say this is good enough, this is good enough, this is good, until you find yourself backsliding. And what's Israel famous for? Backsliding. That's the mindset before a man becomes a backslider. I want to post this right here. It's cool.
Did we finish Revelations 2 and 5?
No.
Keep going there.
From the top?
Yes.
Remember therefore from whence thou art fallen, and
Uh-huh.
repent, and do the first works, or else I will come unto thee quickly, and will remove thy candlestick out of his place.
And
Set-
you'll lose your inspiration.
Yes.
You lose your candlestick is your inspiration, your clarity,
Yep.
and your intensity.
Uh-huh.
Your fire. You'll be in the truth and you lose your fire. You'll be in your marriage and you lose your passion. You'll be in the work and you lose your momentum.
Your zeal.
Your zeal.
And this truth, people don't understand, in life, in the truth, if you stop moving forward, you start dying. People think that taking a break is what it's about. When you take a break, you're really losing potency and momentum. When water stays stagnant, it ends up dying. It ends up sitting back here and growing disease, fungi, and if the water becomes undrinkable after a while. It's no different than our spirit. When we stop challenging ourselves, pushing forward, we lose our spiritual zeal. We lose that connection between us and the Heavenly Father. We start falling backwards.
When we stop targeting weakness.
Yes.
To be specific.
Yes.
When we stop targeting weakness will come back and overthrow us.
Exactly. And listen, this is why a lot of times people hate being around us in classes, because we're always pointing out weakness. Hell, we got to point out weakness in us to even be justified to point out weakness in the people around you.
Yeah.
Somebody has to keep letting you know you can do more, so you can keep what? Growing. Because reading in Joshua, our inclination is to stop looking at what we're not doing enough of and to start relaxing.
And Israel wanted to go in those mansions anyway.
Yeah.
Before we even got to our holy land, we saw these mansions they had.
Yeah.
We wanted to go into their mansions and live there. Most High wouldn't let us do that.
It was right after, listen, that mansion story was right after we left Mount Sinai. We was all geeked up, spiritual as hell, holy as hell. Then we see niggas in the mansions, niggas in Paris. We see niggas in Paris to get angry. It's the truth. It was like 2 days after we left Sinai to start going up to the south of Canaan, and we started losing our minds. Though we saw mansions, people having things, and we're out here in the desert. The crazy thing, the goal was more about getting comfortable and settled than the goal being eradicating negative out of ourselves.
And
because this is when people come in the truth for stability more than the service of the Heavenly Father. And but it can't be revealed until they get the blessing.
Stability.
A lot of times, a lot of Israelites plateau when they become stable. What's that?
Oh, I was just, because it's about the intent, right? Like, is the
It's
intent
the
for me to cleanse the land because I want comfort, or because I want to eliminate anything that's going to prevent or slow down my potency in serving the Most High?
And that's the point. And that's the challenge. But you can't, they're not revealed until they get to the point where they're comfortable and stable. Then you'll find out where a man's heart is. I've seen a lot of men come to these doors They get the knowledge, they're hungry, and then when they get comfortable, they get settled. Now there's no more giving. Now listen, it's almost like this. The scripture says in 2 Timothy 2:2 that you're supposed to commit these words and this knowledge to faithful men who will teach others also. The problem is a lot of guys that we commit this work to, and what they do is they'll take it and say thanks. And they plateau. Because the next level of work is the committing of this to other people. And the dedication it takes to commit the concepts that they learn to other people, which means, you know what that means? To commit this work unto other people means your life has to be put on hold now.
Because you can't serve those.
You know why? You can't do this and focus on bringing somebody up. Either you're going to turn around and focus on pulling somebody up, or you're going to keep plugging forward. And what the Most High was seeing in Israel is that they weren't about cleansing the land. They were just tired of walking in circles and living in tents.
And that's most Israel. Most Israel were just
Shalom, sis.
We're just tired of being alone.
Tired of suffering.
We're tired
of spinning our wheels in our life.
We're just tired of the bad things that happen to us. But
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily I believe in the good things I'm supposed to be doing. I don't necessarily believe in the righteous works. I just don't want to be out here suffering in outer darkness.
and listen, the thing is this. That doesn't make a person wicked.
No.
But what it does do is that because people want to give only so much, that means your life, listen, for the comfort that a person is pursuing, you never really get that comfort anyway. You're still going to get terrorized by the things that you don't fix and overcome in your life.
Exactly.
There's still no getting around that fact.
That's true.
You're going to still be terrorized by the things you avoid.
But the Canaanites are still coming out.
The Canaanites are still coming in you, and they're getting stronger, and they're getting stronger. Don't forget, when you're reading on Matthew about that negative spirit that leaves a person,
he's
coming back and bringing 7 of his boys, right?
Yeah. But
sneezy, grumpy, wickedy, maniac,
but Israel gets caught for the temporary.
Lustful. He's bringing all these extra spirits to inhabit your house. And if you don't continue to work to eradicate that negative, it consumes you. Anyway, it's just something that we have to be conscious of, and we can parallel this process where Canaan comes in, or Canaan was defeated, but they weren't eradicated. And you can really use this as a lesson in yourself. Don't ever get complacent in what you do for the Most High. Never tell yourself you've done enough. Never tell yourself that coming to class and reading a little bit here and there isn't enough. You can always do more.
Can I prove?
Now you get. I'm sorry.
No, this is different scripture. It's on your point right now. Ecclesiasticus 27 verse 3.
Yep. Good verse.
And it's just, and you know what? It's just to prove. So this is not like, this ain't us saying this, bro. It's not us saying this. It's the Bible. Ecclesiasticus 27:3.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 27, verse 3.
Uh-huh.
Unless a man hold himself diligent. Hold himself.
Himself. We look at other people. But this is about holding yourself to task. Right? Read.
Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Most High.
So, if I'm sleeping next to Philistines and Canaanites, and I'm letting them chill, that's not fear of the Lord, right?
I gotta go into the definition of diligent.
Come.
It says you have to be diligent in serving the Lord. Diligent is steady in application to business.
Key word is steady.
It's consistent. It's every day. I'm sitting back here, staying on top of myself. Every day, I'm looking for weaknesses to overcome in myself.
God.
Steady in application to business. Constant in effort or exertion to accomplish. Yes, constant.
Not off and on based on my environment. We wait for the environment to dictate.
What it shows, Israel is too reactionary.
Yeah.
Israel reacts to issues versus being constantly proactive to stay on top of what's inside of you.
That's why if you're in time of war, time of peace, you gotta be the same person.
Yep.
If it's peace, we doing construction. If it's war, we're going to war.
Yep.
But we're not gonna sit here and just bask in our grapes.
Yeah.
Read on, please.
So it says, constant in effort. This is the definition of diligent. Constant in effort or exertion to accomplish what is undertaken.
The fulfillment and the perfecting of your fruits.
Mm-hmm.
We came out of Egypt just to sit here and let these Canaanites just chill.
Brother,
We went through all this crap. We went through plagues.
can you help me find out that? I need another one of these 1828s.
I got you.
I just need to see it real quick. If you can find me 1828.
I got you.
Because so, but keep going. I just want to bring.
Yeah,
I want to find another word while I have this word.
We went through plagues. Here you go. We went through plagues. We went through fiery serpents. We went through Moses, and Moses died, and we couldn't take it. So we went through fighting giants. We went through Jericho. We went through the Red Sea twice almost. The sea split twice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we finally, after all that, after 40 years plus, got into our land, and now we're gonna sit here and let these Canaanites stay there. We disrespected our ancestors. We disrespected our legacy.
Because
we were focused on us,
Yep.
and now focus on our legacy as a nation.
Yep.
That's why Israel becomes this. That's why Esau pushes to thy own self be true. That's why Esau pushes march to the beat of your own drum. That self-centered or that soloist mentality is what keeps our nation divided. We can't survive being solo artists. It didn't work for the NBA. When everybody in the NBA was playing single man ball or one man army ball, the league collapsed. It was weaker. I'm not trying to bring the Spurs up. I'm a Spurs fan. I'm not making it about the Spurs. But Spurs kept that concept. We're going to be a team. We're going to have everybody have a role. Everybody's going to function as a group. We don't have superstars. But they began to start what? Winning championships. So in the camp, if we function as individuals, guess what? We lose as a group. As a nation, we function as individuals, we lose as a nation. Individuality kills the body. And this is why when Israel became about their grapes, about their comforts, that was just permission to be an individual.
Let's keep going with this diligence thing. So, diligent, from the top, steady in application to business, constant in effort or exertion to accomplish what is undertaken.
Yeah.
Assiduous. Assiduous just means diligent and painstaking in what you're doing. Attentive. Industrious. Industrious means this. Same thing. Diligent in business or study. Constantly, regularly, or habitually occupied in business. Meaning every day we're in the business of what? Staying on top of our spirit.
Yeah.
We're in the business of breaking flaws in our spirit. That's the business we've undertaken. We're supposed to be busy and industrious and consistent, constant in working on the things inside of us.
It's constant examination. Right?
Exactly. But it's self-examination every day. And it's the constant process of that. Then it goes into careful, assiduous, given to industry. There's another one in the diligent definition, number 2. It says steadily applied, prosecuted with care and constant effort. The whole point is it's the level of consistency necessary to attain anything or to maintain something. Right. And listen, a lot of times when you're seeking comfort, when you're seeking a break, you can't seek a break and be constant at the same time.
True.
You can't enjoy the fruits of your labor and be constant in your labor at the same time. You have to keep pushing forward, and this is all the Most High is showing us. And this is what we can take out of this story with Canaan still being occupied with Israel. We were more focused on comfort and happiness and seeking fun in our life than sitting back here and making sure that the foundation that we set will protect our family for generations to come.
That's the happiness.
The happiness is that your children and your children's children can be set for life. But in order to do that, somebody has to be the sacrifice.
There you go.
Somebody's life has to be thrown away so the next person can live it. And that's the catch. Let's keep reading. We still in the first chapter. So let's do it. You got another verse, man?
Back in the day, man.
What is it?
It was on the same point. Romans 3:2. Revelation 3:2. Because we went into the idea of
Yeah.
our first works, right?
Yep.
We went into maintain our first works, our first love.
Mhm.
The losing of a first love is the loss of diligence, the loss of humility, the loss of being flexible to change.
Yep.
Right?
Revelations 3 and 2. Be
Uh-huh.
watchful and strengthen the things which remain.
We're supposed to be
Man.
watchful. A part of diligence is constantly looking for issues and problems and things that can grow and become bigger problems.
Yep.
It's like a person's a mechanic. If you drive around here ticking your engine, you don't just keep driving with that.
There's a thing called preventative maintenance.
Calm.
When you're dealing with vehicles or any type of upkeep. It's the work that happens when things break down, and it's the work that happens to prevent the breakdown.
Calm.
And that happens in your spirit.
Yep.
Listen, well, we always try to tell somebody, don't sit back here and study when you're ready to sit back here and go crazy.
Bonkers.
You should be studying and reading to stay on top of your spirit. A lot of times people only read the Bible when it's time of crisis.
Yeah.
That's not preventative maintenance. I'm supposed to be working on discipline before crisis comes. I got to be reading and studying before things fall apart,
Yep.
so I can handle it better.
Or we want to counsel only when things are falling apart.
Exactly.
Or after things are falling apart, brothers. That's why it's really bad. Brothers counsel after it's all gone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how do I get it back? Well, listen, bro.
You should be talking about the maintenance during this process.
Exactly.
You got to be in constant communication.
Exactly.
But that's uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
But this is all about always watching, always looking for ways to stay on top of your spirit. What you gonna say? Keep going, man.
Read on. Verse 2.
Revelations chapter 3 and verse 2.
Let's pick up the energy just a little bit, sir.
Be watchful and strengthen the things which remain.
Strengthen the things you have. You have this land. Keep strengthening your land. Keep developing your land.
Eliminating the negative influences there.
Keep perfecting what you have. You have a family, keep perfecting it. You have a temple, keep perfecting it. You have a camp, keep perfecting it. You have children, keep perfecting them. Read.
That are ready to die.
That are ready to what?
That are ready to die.
Because things always diminish. Marriages diminish. Men's zeal diminishes. Men's biblical understanding, believe it or not, diminishes. Stop teaching for a while, see what happens. Stop studying for a while, see what happens.
Yep.
Touch some negative and see what happens. Counsel changes, conversation changes, classes change. Read.
For I have not found thy works perfect before the Most
I
High.
have not found you complete yet. You're not finished. That's what the Most High is saying.
Yep.
Read.
Verse 3. Remember therefore how thou hast received and heard, and hold fast.
Remember everything you were taught. The transition from Joshua to the people have to take responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
The people as a group have to take accountability and responsibility for keeping this land in order.
Mm-hmm.
The child, once they're no longer an adolescent or they're a teenager, you got to be an adult. You got to maintain everything you learned that was correct and pass on those examples. You're responsible for that now. Understudies, same thing. You better remember everything your teacher ever said and all the strong examples you ever got. You better remember that or you're going to fail. Read.
And repent.
And do what?
Repent.
And practice repentance.
You know, all repentance is, I have to watch and look for things that I need to be repentful of.
Yeah.
If you look deep enough, you'll find something to work on in yourself.
Yeah.
If you dig deep enough, you'll find issues you have to break in yourself to be repentful of.
God.
You got to keep looking to find things to fix so that you can keep pleasing the Heavenly Father.
So that you're never in the spirit of regret.
God.
You're never in the spirit of backsliding. This is before Israel backslid.
I know.
As a nation. Look at what we're thinking like. It's no coincidence that we backslid the rest of the Bible. There's no coincidence.
They were giving us the answer to the test and we didn't want to do it. We wanted to party and have fun out.
I want to finish this Ecclesiastes and we're done with it.
Yeah.
Ecclesiastes 27:3. Read one more time and I'll finish the last portion.
Ecclesiastes or Sirach 23.
Sirach. 27:3.
Slap.
It's all good. It just shows we have to continue to work on the issues until they're manageable. And then we got to keep attacking them. Because they're going to come back. You got it?
Khan. Sirach chapter 27 verse 3.
Uh-huh.
Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Most High, his house shall soon be overthrown.
So as a nation, when we lost diligence, what happened? Those Canaanites overthrew our house. You know how that's true? Because when you read further in the Bible, it talks about us being servants to the Canaanites.
Yeah. And Judges, the next book, the next book we start
That's
reading.
what happened in the next book.
Real quick, man. It's crazy out
That it's scary, bro.
there. Yeah. So let's listen. Matter of fact, let's go back to the Antiquities of the Jews in the Josephus. It's book 5, chapter 1, paragraph 20, so we can remind ourselves why Israel didn't finish these people off when we had the chance to. So read this. Once again, it's Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, book 1. Book 5, chapter 1, paragraph 20.
Paragraph 20.
We could destroy Megatron, huh? We didn't
That's
want to
hilarious, son.
do it.
And they go to Cybertron. There was in Cybertron, didn't finish him off.
That's why they have episodes, huh?
That's crazy, yeah. Keep going, Mac.
And now Joshua was old and saw that the cities of Canaanites were not easily to be taken.
Hey, listen, and in order to really overcome what's inside of you, is the negative that's in you easy to be overtaken? Listen, once you get over the pork demon, the Shabbat demon, and all those basic issues, then you got to get to the real issues in yourself. Your pride, your self-loathing, your negative outlook, that part of you that's just a habitual quitter.
Yeah.
The person that's pessimistic, that sees the worst in people and yourself. Those are those issues, that part of you that's just guided by anger and hatred. These are these things that are not easily overcome. And this is no different than what Joshua and them, after they just sideswiped most of these guys and overcame and won some battles. You have Josephus?
Yeah.
This one. So, once again, where we're at is Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 1, paragraph 20. Read it on top again.
Paragraph 20.
What page is that in the blue book?
131.
There we go.
131.
Okay.
And now Joshua was old and saw that the cities of Canaanites were not easily to be taken, not only because they were situate in such strong places, but because of the strength of the walls themselves, which being built round about. The natural strength of the places on which the cities stood seemed capable of repelling their enemies from besieging them.
You know what the problem with that is? The Mosai had an entire country in Jericho just fall apart by yelling at it.
Yeah.
So what really was the issue? Israel was tired of fighting. Israel got tired. Joshua himself couldn't push through. He was getting too old. But why couldn't we just go back to like 5 years ago? Damn, the Most High allowed us to take these guys out with faith. But you know the crazy thing, it still goes back to that first love. Because listen, when you first come into truth, there is a willingness to push yourself to a level that a lot of times when you get older in the knowledge, you're not willing to push yourself the same. There's certain disciplines. I remember when I was young, I would sit back here and do all kind of crazy things to show the Most High I was serious about serving Him. Now I'm in my 40s and I'm like, the battle to sit back here and give at that level and lose at that level and discipline myself at that level is a challenge. And I know if that's for me, that's for everybody else in these doors. Am I willing to sit back here and keep being uncomfortable for the sake of overcoming things in myself?
Just because.
Because it's got to get done.
Because it's right.
Because it's right. Because the crazy thing is, just like with the land of Canaan, in order to overcome it, they had to go through all these pains to take them out, and there was no benefit out of it. But besides the fact that righteousness was done,
The reward.
The reward is the fact that Most High is happy.
Right.
But the same thing with us. If we want to keep pushing ourselves to break the things in us, what's the reward? The Heavenly Father smiles at you.
You already got your car.
There's no more money. There's no more to gain.
You already got your house.
There's no more to win besides the fact that Yahweh Shai, the invisible power, the Most High, the invisible power, is smiling at you from heaven.
Now, the Most High said,
And that's the win.
But you know the problem is that's not enough for these cats out here in these streets.
It's
That's not enough for us in these streets. I'm not going to say them.
If the Most High said in the Bible once every Canaanite is dead, you can have the land, and I will bless you. Israel would have did it. Because it just shows it was about our reward.
But
we don't play ourselves.
But that's the problem. But we have the reward. The land's here, so why keep fighting?
I got what I wanted.
So me killing more and making myself uncomfortable, I get nothing out of the deal. I don't get anything more than I got. The crazy thing, those lands are still theirs. There it is. These people there. There are these neighbors, these bullshit neighbors over in the corner, playing their jungle music over here. Their L music, Canaanite L jams, right? That's all they're doing.
Crazy drums, right?
They're crazy.
Some Hamite drums, They're guys. With their guys,
Let them do it. Let them do it. We're going to go to Shabbat tomorrow. Whatever, man. They're going to pay us money tomorrow anyway, B. It doesn't matter. They're going to drop some time. They're going to drop tribute next week, bro. Don't worry about it.
I'm coming up.
What are we saying? If we're not getting a blessing out of it or a perceived blessing, why push ourselves?
Yeah.
If we're not getting more, why take ourselves to the limit? We're supposed to because the Most High wants us to. And can I find, and that shows where a person's first love is.
Yeah.
Do I really love the Heavenly Father enough to continue to inconvenience myself and make my life always uncomfortable just for the invisible power's sake?
Just because.
Just because it's the right thing to do. That is where the dilemma is. Yeah. They weren't going to get in. They're like, man, these walls are insane, man. And these damn Canaanite walls are insane. Why go through all this drama? Let's just take this land and chill, man.
But Esau won't do that. Esau, one thing you can say about Esau, he will go to the limit.
Listen, they were going into the mountains trying to take Gad out.
Look,
they went crazy.
Masada.
Yeah.
Esau said, we're going to drive the river up. We're going to keep building engines against these people. We're going to keep building apparatuses against them.
Yep.
Just to conquer them.
Because they understand you can't sit back here and let these people get bigger and stronger and bold. They'll come back and take you out.
Esau gets that.
We don't. We're chilling. We want to relax. Let's keep reading into Josephus.
But because of the strength of the walls themselves, which being built round about, the natural strength of the places on which the city stood seemed capable of repelling their enemies from besieging them, and of making those enemies despair of taking them. For when the Canaanites had learned that the Israelites came out of Egypt in order to destroy them, they were busy all that time in making their city strong.
Because they were getting murdered, hornet, killed out. They said, man, it's coming out. The end is near.
The end is near. Right?
Their prophets were saying, man, the end is near, man. You better sit back here and build this thing strong.
It was doomsday for them, huh?
It was, huh? It was the end of the world, huh?
But people get better. Some people get better during those. They get more. They stick to their principles stronger.
Yeah.
And then when you get prosperity, what happens? We loosen up on principles. However we are in prosperity shows where our heart's at. We're not always, our true character is not always revealed during suffering. Sometimes revealed the test of prosperity and blessings. It's not just the environment of suffering. That you have to be more afraid of when you get things out.
Right.
Like me and the war all the time. The camp's great. When the camps are going crazy and things are problematic, man, that's a good time for me, bro. I'm good, bro. I know I can stay focused. It's easy to focus when there's problems around you. For me, my personality. But when things get good, things get comfortable, it's hard to dig and find more motivation.
To turn up?
Just
well, this is the problem. And this is the problem that they're having. When it's an extinction level event, hell yeah, it's focus time. When things are calm and chill, it's hard to sit back and gather the strength to keep pushing through.
Exactly.
To keep creating a need.
You have a reason. What's your reason? I don't know. Just because?
Well, the reason is that the invisible power wants you to do it. And can I maintain that zeal to do it?
Can I train myself that the Most High's pleasure is my motivation?
And that's the lesson. And that's how you keep the first love. Don't fight just because it's when you read all throughout the Bible, the best of Israel comes out when the whole land's about to fall apart. Yeah. And when things get comfortable, they go left. That's all Judges is. 40 years of slavery, we the judge, help us. We fight our ass off, we get on top, then guess what? We sin, we get put in captivity, we need help. That's the cycle, right? We only start praising the Most High and reading scriptures and dealing with Shabbat stuff when the whole thing's about to fall apart.
And that's a part of that in and out of jail spirit is what goes with that.
brother.
Israel on Jacob level, because we always talk about Jacob, right? But they do the same. We're still Hebrews. Jacob's Hebrew like we're Hebrews. There's some denounce, some not denounce, with the same behavior problem.
But Israel wants something out the deal, and once the bag is secure, I'm a coast.
I'm good. I made it.
This is not about It's not about pleasing the Heavenly Father in the purest form possible. There's still this transactional aspect that we have with the Heavenly Father versus serving Him in the purest form. Because if it's about serving Him in the purest form, I won't stop until all these deficiencies in me are done. They wouldn't have stopped unless every damn Canaanite was dead. Listen, let's keep going. This shows fallibilities in us. It just shows we work for a paycheck.
Yeah.
We sacrifice for something out the deal. We fight for a reward. We're done.
Sin in 72. For when the Canaanites had learned that the Israelites came out of Egypt in order to destroy them, they were busy all that time in making their city strong. So he gathered the people together to a congregation at Shiloh. And when they, with great zeal and haste, were come thither, he observed to them what prosperous successes they had already had, and what glorious things had been done, and those such as were worthy of that the Most High, who enabled them to do those things, and worthy of the virtue of those laws which they followed. He took notice also that 31 of those kings that ventured to give them battle were overcome.
But see, that 31 kings, it took 5 years to knock these guys down. Read on.
And every army, how great soever it were, that confided in their own power and fought with them, was utterly destroyed, so that not so much as any of their posterity remained. And as for the cities, since some of them were taken, but the others must be taken in length of time, by long sieges, both on account of the strength of their walls.
That's us. We have long
but
siege.
listen, it takes a long siege to overcome your pride.
Oh, yes, a long siege, John.
It's a long siege to sit back here and overcome your lust
Slothful.
and your slothfulness. It's a long siege.
That's
Years.
years,
It
John.
took years to overcome the pride
That's bad.
of a wall.
Smoke is,
It took many a night to overcome the doubt of this brother
yeah.
and the hatred of this person. They're long sieges, and all sieges are constant attacks. Conscientious attacks against your flesh.
Yep.
And constantly being uncomfortable. What made David's men so potent? They were chafed in the mind. They were comfortable being uncomfortable. And they were constantly in the spirit of fighting and constantly in the spirit of going against their flesh. That's the only way. That's what warfare is.
Yeah.
How do you find love in that? Like sincere love in that?
And you find it in finding the sincerity in being happy with pleasing the Heavenly Father. Because the problem is this: the more and more that you do this work, the more and more you realize there is no praise in it. There's no physical praise you get for sacrificing your life and dedicating your life for the body. The only consolation, as you read it in Philippians chapter 2, the consolation is that you're doing what Christ is doing. That's the consolation. And can I be at peace with the fact that everything I'm doing is for the Most High in Christ?
And that I didn't become a stumbling block for someone
Exactly. That's the consolation. And the crazy thing, is that enough for you? Is that enough for us? Because it has to be, in order to push yourself to limits that most other people wouldn't do.
I fought a good fight. I kept the faith.
And I wasn't a stumbling block, and I know I did exactly the life that Christ was doing. I kept losing for the body. Because this job, you don't get recognition for this. There's no attaboys in this life. You get a very few duadas for your sacrifice and contribution. Am I right or wrong? Very few thank yous. You'll get a thank you when you're at a low spot. When you're constantly getting beat up and people are constantly attacking you, then you say, man, Duada, for what you did for me. You'll get it out of nowhere. And it's just that little bit of little reward to remind you to keep going. That's the truth. That is the absolute truth of this. And this is why Israel didn't keep pushing, because they didn't want to keep laying siege and being uncomfortable and not being at home. That's Israel now. Who wants to keep grinding and grinding every Shabbat? Listen, I love teaching, but man, every Saturday is over, right? Every Saturday at No Masat, you hear teaching. Right or wrong, huh? Every Shabbat. Yes, I
was gonna say I look forward to the Saturdays.
I do too, but I'm not knocking it.
I meant like watching y'all on.
No, we
help
enjoy
me
it.
throughout the week. Like,
Yeah,
I look forward to it.
No,
What you're saying is like someone has to give their life up in order to do it.
that's all I'm saying.
And
I'm saying, listen, and I have no problem with it. This is not me saying, oh, I want to do this. It's not that. It's just the fact that there's got to be somebody constantly laying siege to get it done.
Forfeiture.
Somebody has to forfeit so the body can sustain itself. And the teaching and how we push off is to let people know, hey, the harvest is plentiful, but there's not a lot of people who want to do this. So come on in and learn how to find happiness in this arena.
got a post right here. Colossians 3:3.
Yeah.
Because in our life, where you're required to be a leader, because everybody, I'm
Well, I'm going to say this. We're all required
That's
to
what I
be
was
leaders.
saying.
We're all required to be leaders and responsible and forfeit our life for the greater good.
Exactly.
We all are responsible for that. Now, there's varying degrees of it, but we're all responsible to give that life up. I'm sorry I had to say that.
That's why I wanted to say too. That's cool.
Colossians chapter 3 and verse 3.
Uh-huh.
For ye are dead.
Now,
dead.
when you give your life up for your friends,
I'm dead.
greater love hath no man than this.
You gotta say that again that way. It sounded perfect. That for you're dead. It's like for you're dead. I'm like, yeah, I guess I am. Yeah. Say it again. I can read it again.
Colossians chapter 3 and verse 3. For ye are dead.
Yes.
And your life is hid with Yahweh Shai and Mashiach.
I felt that, man.
I was yeah. God, are dead. For the Most High though in Christ. You know.
So the idea is, listen, greater love hath no man than this, that he laid down his life for his what?
Bro.
For his brother or his friend, right? So now we're in the process of applying scriptures, right? That means you're giving up your life, the things you care about.
You got to read verse 2, because verse 2 is why you're dead in your life.
Okay,
Read verse 2.
Colossians chapter 3 and verse 2. Set your affections on things above.
Not the things in your life.
Listen, things above is constantly laying siege to these spiritual issues in yourself.
Yeah.
If I'm constantly fighting spiritual battles everywhere I'm going, I'm constantly working on me, there's no time to enjoy me.
True.
There's no time to live life to the fullest when I'm always going to war with myself. You can't go to war and have peace. It's one or the other, right? You're either going to war or you're sitting back here drinking pina coladas with your feet in the sand, relaxing and looking for that at least. Either you're doing it or you're looking for that.
Relationship goals.
Oh my goodness. I'll never forget that damn ocean, that damn pool where it looks like it's going into the pool, into the ocean. You ever seen it on TV?
The infinity pool?
It's the infinity pool. Like, that looks really awesome. And you have drinks in the water. They're like, right? Anyway, let me explain. Point is this, what am I saying? What am I saying? Either you're going to be living your life to keep breaking yourself and improving and giving and dedicating and all the thing is this, why am I working to improve the things in myself? The more I fix me, the more I can teach others how to fix themselves. I'm limited in what I can give you if I'm not working on me. If I'm Captain Plateaued, how can I help the next person push past their limitations? If I set a limit on myself, then why shouldn't you put a limit on yourself? Right?
Yeah.
And in the process of establishing this president, then we have what? My affections above, not the things on earth. And because my affection ain't on things on earth, I'm dying. I'm dying in the flesh.
Huh.
Keep going down. I just want to change. I didn't want to take away from you.
Go ahead, verse 3.
From the
From the top.
For ye are dead, and your life is hid with Yahweh Shai
In the Most High.
Oh,
So-
with the Most High.
So
With
you're
Christ and the Most
we're
High.
hid, bro.
Yeah, with your house shining the most.
Your life is hidden. I mean, people don't recognize your good works. People don't see what you go through for
Yep.
the needs of the people around you.
Mhm.
People don't even understand what the hell you're doing.
Yeah.
You're not gonna get a clap or a pound in the back. You're not getting that because your life is hidden.
There's no benefit. But working in that hidden scenario is how you get the greater spiritual blessing.
Exactly.
It also tells you in Matthew that we're sitting back here, the works we do is really investing into that spiritual field.
Con.
All these works are investing into the spiritual field.
Con's true.
Anyway, keep going. I'm sorry.
No, and invest in the spiritual field. You're buying this field with the pearl of great price.
Yep.
You found this pearl. Now you gotta sell everything you have to purchase that field.
Yep.
And selling everything you have is equivalent to giving up your life
Yep.
and what pleases you and your opinion. Read.
When Yahweh Shai, who is our life,
He is our what?
our life.
He really is. You're supposed to become the mind of Christ. So now I find joy just finishing the job.
And you know what simply that means? That means that we have to learn to love the things that Christ loves. If the Jews during the time of Canaan were gave their mind to loving the instruction of Moses, they would have gladly finished off those Canaanites. If they would have learned to love the passion that Joshua brought to the table, they would have finished the job. But their passions didn't equal the passions of their leaders. And that's why they stopped. This is what you're supposed to follow. You're not supposed to follow a man in his weakness.
No.
You're supposed to follow a man in his strength. That's what Matthew talked about. That was Hebrews 5 and 12 talked about something like that. It talked about how you're supposed to follow your elders' faith.
Whose faith others follow? Whose faith follow?
You were supposed to follow the faith of the man over you. You're supposed to follow the potency of the person over you. Everybody's saying you're supposed to follow man. You don't follow man. No, you don't follow man in the flesh. But you're supposed to follow a person with their spiritual virtues, their spiritual strengths, so you can learn to take on those spiritual strengths and make them yours.
Hebrews 13:7. Remember them which have the rule over you, who have spoken unto you in the word of the Most High, whose faith follow.
You're supposed to follow the leader's faith, their strong spiritual virtues. That's all of our responsibilities. Not the weakness in the flesh, the strength in the spirit. Anyway, let's continue in the Josephus side.
Sentence 74. And as for the cities, since some of them were taken, but the others must be taken in length of time, by long sieges, both on account of the strength of their walls and of the confidence the inhabitants had in them thereby. He thought it reasonable that those tribes that came along with them from beyond Jordan and had partaken of the dangers they had undergone, being their own kindred, should now be dismissed and sent home, and should have thanks for the pains they had taken together with them. As also he thought it reasonable that they should send one man out of every tribe, and he such as had the testimony of extraordinary virtue, who should measure the land faithfully, and without any fallacy or deceit should inform them of its real magnitude.
Now, it also says, paragraph 24. This is the point. You know what it was showing you? What it's showing you in 24, we're going to read this. It's going to say something about the magnitude of the fight. What it's saying is the entire nation wasn't needed to overcome the rest of these Canaanites. What it's saying is that every tribe had the capacity to overcome the Canaanites in their cities. You didn't need the whole world. There just had to be a willingness in each man's tribe of their warriors to take out the Canaanites, and it would have worked out.
Now responsibilities
On the state,
yeah,
on the tribe. It wasn't big enough to where you needed all these guys. We had them in subjection. Just wipe them out. It's going to explain. Paragraph 24.
Book 5, chapter 1, paragraph 5, sentence 24.
No, wait, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was book 5, chapter 1, paragraph 24. He said sentence 24. It's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's no big thing.
I'm sorry.
I just want to say it because online we don't have it typed up. I'm just saying it so they can get to it.
Oh, no. I was going to say that. Paragraph 24. sentence 90. But now Joshua, hindered by his age from executing what he intended to do, as did those that succeeded him in the government, take little care of what was for the advantage of the public. So he gave it in charge of every tribe to leave no remainder of the race of the Canaanites in the land that had been divided to them by lot, that Moses had assured them beforehand.
So they were reminded, Moses wanted all these guys dead. I'm telling you, I want all these guys dead. And it doesn't take the entire nation to wipe out these pockets of Canaanites at the time. Let these Israelites on the other side of Jordan go, and each tribe can handle these matters once you get into the land. It's not that difficult. Finish what Moses started. Read on.
And they might rest fully satisfied about it, that their own security and their observation of their own laws depended wholly upon it.
So what they were saying, it wasn't just the fact that they can come back and fight you. What Joshua understood is keeping that influence there will make you want to be jealous of the flesh.
It will corrupt.
It was going to corrupt you spiritually. It was going to make it hard for you to do right and to keep the laws of the Most High with that presence always there in front of you. Read on.
Sentence 91. Moreover, he enjoined them to give 38 cities to the Levites, for they had already received 10 in the country of the Amorites. And 3 of these has assigned to those, and 3 of these he assigned to those that fled from the manslayer.
I don't want all that, because we're going to go into that in the chapter. The point I wanted was that every tribe was to sit back here and leave no remainder of the race of the Canaanites. Yes, sir?
So there were none amongst them that felt compelled to follow through, that just pretty much decided to put together a hit squad and just do some white work.
But it still requires the tribe to come together and do that. I'm gonna tell you this. I can't say nobody wanted to do it, but it's very hard for a handful of people to do something when nobody else is trying to do it.
Come.
It's very hard to keep a strong standard when 90% of the body doesn't want to do shit. It's very debilitating and it's very discouraging when the people around you don't want to fight the battle or have the same intensity to fight the battle that you might have. It's just challenging.
And can you maintain zeal when the environment around you is completely
Very
opposed?
relaxed days, because I'm telling you, it's very hard to change a culture when you're one of the only people that are trying to initiate the culture. And I think that's more of the issue than anything. So once everything was set up where they're at now, there was all these tribes like in 15 and 63 in Joshua. The Jebusites, the Judites couldn't take the Jebusites out. Joshua 16 and 40. Ephraim couldn't get the damn Canaanites out. Or they chose not, to be specific. These tribes chose not to get them out. Because it wasn't about they couldn't do it. What it's showing you is that the Canaanites kept negotiating. We'll give you gold. We'll give you monies. We'll serve you. Just let us stay. That's why they couldn't get them out. Because they kept negotiating with them. And they kept listening to negotiations. Versus just following the orders of the Heavenly Father. Now, we're at Joshua chapter 17 and verse 1.
Verse 1. There was also a lot for the tribe of Manasseh, for he was the firstborn of Joseph. To wit, for Machir was firstborn of Manasseh, the father of Gilead, because he was a man of war. Therefore he had Gilead and Bashan.
Mm-hmm.
There was also a lot for the rest of the children of Manasseh by their families, for the children of Abiezer, and for the children of Helek, and for the children of Azriel, and for the children of Shechem, and for the children of Hefer, and for the children of Shemiah. There were the male children of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, by their families.
So what's happening is Manasseh has got a second lot of land, because half tribe Manasseh was on the east side of Jordan, and now Manasseh has the land on the west side of Jordan, and Manasseh is on top of Ephraim in the landmass spacing. Okay, read on.
But Zeliophid, the son of Hefer, the son of Gilead, the son of Mechir, the son of Manasseh, had no sons, but daughters. And these are the names of his daughters: Maleah, and Noah, Magla, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they came near before Eleazar the priest, and before Joshua the son of Nun, and before the princes, saying, The Most High commanded Moses to give us an inheritance among our brethren. Therefore, according to the commandment of the Most High, he gave them an inheritance among the brethren of their father.
I don't know if you remember that, but that was talked about in Numbers. How there was a family of Manasseh that didn't have any, that the father died, but there was a bunch of daughters.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they were asking that they got their lot of the father, and they gave it to him. And obviously there was a lot of, don't forget, they were breaking down these lots and lands based off family sizes, the amounts of family. So Manasseh had a larger family, and they had two large spaces of land. They had more land than anybody else in the nation. Manasseh's land was out of this world. So they were a lot of land on the east side of Jordan and the west. Continue.
In verse 5. And there fell 10 portions to Manasseh, beside the land of Gilead and Bashan, which were on the other side of Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
Because the daughters of Manasseh had an inheritance among his sons, and the rest of Manasseh's sons had the land of Gilead. And the coast of Manasseh was from Asher to Mikmetha, that lieth before Shechem. And the border went along on the upper right hand unto the inhabitants of En Tapah. Now Manasseh had the land of Tapah, but Tapah on the border of Manasseh belonged to the children of Ephraim.
Mm-hmm. So once again, this is showing you that their borders connected with Ephraim. On the south. On the north, their borders were Asher, Zebulun, and Issachar. And continue.
Verse 9. And the coast descended unto the river Kanah, southward of the river. These cities of Ephraim are among the cities of Manasseh. The coast of Manasseh also was on the north side of the river, and the outgoings of it were at the sea. Southward it was Ephraim's, and northward it was Manasseh's. And the sea is his border, and they met together in Asher on the north, and in Issachar on the east. And Manasseh had in Issachar and in Asher Ben-Shan and her towns, and Elbilem and her towns, and the inhabitants of Dor and her towns, and the inhabitants of Endor and her towns, and the inhabitants of Tanakh and her towns, and in the inhabitants of Megiddo and her towns.
So now they're going through all the cities and towns that were erected in or taken over by Manasseh. Okay? So all these towns were given to the Jews, given to Manasseh, and now they're starting to inhabit these towns. Now read verse 12.
Verse 12. Yet the children of Manasseh could not drive out the inhabitants of those cities, but the Canaanites would dwell in that land.
So it goes back to Manasseh. There was Canaanites in each of these cities that were given to the different tribes.
God.
And initially, it was a bartering of don't kill us. We'll sit back here and pay monies to you. We'll sit back and pay tribute to you. And like the brother saying online, it ended up growing into more than that.
That's right.
It ended up growing into the mixing of cultures.
Yep.
It ended up growing into the following of these idols of the Canaanites.
Intermarriages.
And now all of a sudden, we started falling apart as a nation. When it says a little leaven, leavens the whole lump. Huh? A little bit of weakness you feed, then you start opening up to all type of weakness. If you let a little negative go, you're going to look up and your whole spirit's going to be full of negative. There has to always be that desire to fight and break all the little things in you. If not, those weaknesses that you avoid will end up taking you over down the line. So once again, Manasseh didn't sit back here and eradicate the Canaanites. Judah didn't do it. Ephraim didn't do it. They kept letting these nations cohabitate with them. Read on.
Yet it came to pass, when the children of Israel were waxen strong, that they put the Canaanites to tribute, but did not utterly drive them out.
That's the point. They were strong enough to force them to pay them, but they couldn't sit back here and just kill them off, so that there was no temptation to serve other gods. There was no inspiration to flirt on that side. What it's showing you is, if you eliminate the weakness around you, there's less temptation to get weak. Anyway, let's keep going.
And the children of Joseph spake unto Joshua, saying, Why hast thou given me but one lot and one portion to inherit?
Now Ephraim's tripping. Ephraim's now. You know what? Ephraim was upset that Manasseh got all this land space.
Yeah. You see how this back and forth sibling
They're
rivalry is
bickering.
popping up?
They're sibling rivalry, and they're bickering over land amounts.
Yep.
All I had to do was go take the land that day.
Well, it's going to tell you about it's going to tell you about what Ephraim had to do, and the truth is, this Manasseh had a way bigger lot than them. You look at Manasseh. Manasseh's over here. Manasseh's over here, and Ephraim got the little bitty stuff over here.
That's not fair.
Well, if they would have fought the Canaanites, right? They
No.
would have had more land to.
No.
Okay.
Now, what we have, I want to remind the class, went over last week. Let's go back to, let's read this, and we're going to read the end of 17. Then we're going to go back into the Josephus to explain how the land was divvied up. Okay? So Ephraim is pissed that Manasseh got more land than Ephraim. Read on.
You want 14 from the top, or just
14 from the top.
And the children of Joseph spake unto Joshua, saying, Why hast thou given me but one lot and one portion to inherit?
I want more. Read on.
Seeing I am a great people, for as much as the Most High hath blessed me thereto. And Joshua answered them, If thou be a great people, then get thee up to the wood country.
Then go to the wood country in Ephraim, because what's happening is Ephraim had a wooded country. It was certain part of the country that was obviously ready to go, and other parts that was heavily wooded.
Had to be worked.
Read on.
And cut down for thyself there in the land of the Perizzites and of the giants, if Mount Ephraim be too narrow for
Then
thee.
get off your ass and cut in the woods, man, and fight them damn giants.
Wow.
There was trees, giants, and great giant beast. Oh my! Then go ahead and deal with it, man. You want to complain that the crazy thing is this? You want to complain about Manasseh and them. When you read in Josephus, they said that everybody had their lots of land based off, first of all, the size of the families, and then two, quality of land. So if certain groups had smaller lots, their land was more potent and fertile than these cats with these big ass lots.
Right.
So he's like, listen, man, stop complaining about the size, put the work in, take out these giants, and you can maximize your territory. But they didn't want to do that because Israel didn't want to maximize their territory. Read on.
That's us in life.
That's us in life.
Listen, you have the opportunity to maximize your life in the truth.
Nope.
To manifest, to perfect the benefits you can get out the work, the spiritual benefits. But if I'm not getting a certain amount of comfort, then I'm not going to keep stretching myself this far. There's more growth for every man and every woman in this camp. For us particular, there's more levels you can go to, there's more levels I can go to. Am I content where I'm at? Am I happy where I'm at? Or am I ready to keep moving forward? Read on.
And the children of Joseph said, The hill is not enough for us.
The hill is what?
Is not enough for us.
Listen. We kind of say the same thing sometimes. Certain things, not enough. I get it. If it's not enough, then I need to start digging more land. I got to do more work. I got to see him perfect what I have.
You know, people also get pissed off because the blessings that they get in their eyes, how come they get a better blessing than I do?
Exactly.
People can't just accept that everybody gets the blessing that they're supposed to get out.
That's fact. Read on.
And all the Canaanites that dwell in the land of the valley have chariots of iron. Both they who are Beth Shin.
That's envy of the world. That's like one of the first stages of envy of the world. I'm looking at these people that are negative, and they have chariots of iron. They have nicer cars.
He's saying it was too much. It was hard work.
Oh, that's what he's saying. He said the problem is they're saying that these children of Joseph, like these dudes got chariots. I don't want to go to war. I don't want to go to war, man.
I'm just looking at what they have. Like
these guys are grinding.
That's some hard work.
The problem is we got to sit back here and we got to bust our ass and fight. We got to cut these wood trees down. We got to cut these trees down. We got to kill these dudes in order to maximize our investment. But he's showing you everybody's situation was this way.
Yep.
Everybody's investment was smaller than what it could be because they allowed these foreigners to stay there.
Are you going to maximize your blessing?
You know what? That's us too. Yeah. We can get bigger and better blessings if we work harder.
Nobody likes that.
If we learn how to be efficient.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And we start adding talents to ourselves. You know what I'm showing you can't get comfortable unless you are uncomfortable. You can't gain more territory and turf unless you make your life about being uncomfortable.
So they got a feminine.
You know what the problem is? And that's what goes in the next chapter. Israel wants blessings ready-made. They want the blessings ready-made, right? They were going into these houses already ready-made. They weren't having to build shit up. They were just going into castles. They were bringing furniture from other conquests.
Ready-made?
You already had dining room sets out, washers and dryers ready to go out. You didn't have to do nothing.
You gotta go from scratch. Israel hates starting over.
But cutting them trees down, you had to bust your ass and start from scratch. Go to war and start from scratch. Israel had a problem with that. We hate starting over and building from ground up. Keep
you
going.
have to keep doing it until you accept it.
Exactly.
Some of these things are, you do it until you accept it. That's the game we have to play. I accept, okay, I start over for the 5th time. Okay, cool, I'm just going to accept this is the life of starting from scratch.
Well, you know what's crazy? If you don't continue having the mindset of starting from scratch, you'll never accomplish anything. You'll do one thing and you'll stop. You have to keep creating new goals to keep challenging yourself to move forward. Read on.
Verse 16, latter half. Both they who are of Beth Shean and her towns, and they who are of the valley of Jezreel.
Mm-hmm.
And Joshua spake unto the house of Joseph, even to Ephraim and to Manasseh, saying, Thou art a great people, and hast great power. Thou shalt not have one lot only, but the mountain shall be thine, for it is a wood, and thou shalt cut it down, and the outgoings of it shall be thine. For thou shalt drive out the Canaanites. Though they have
We want to hear
iron
that,
chariots.
We didn't want to hear
They
that.
run from the word.
He said you're great, and you're
You
like,
just said you were a great people. Y'all told me you were a great people, so I'm going to throw that shit back in your face. Y'all great mighty people, take out these damn Canaanites and their strong ass steel metal damn chariots.
You're kings and queens. Go ahead and be
You're
king and queen.
godsons.
Be a king and destroy them.
You're a king, right? You're a prince, right? Go do it then. Go fight. But the problem is we want to lay up. And the crazy thing is, I missed this earlier. Verse 14 said the children of Joseph came to him. So Manasseh and Ephraim were tripping.
Yeah.
It wasn't just Ephraim. It was both of them were tripping, saying they didn't have enough land.
Well, it shows it's infectious.
Yes.
It can spread.
And it's showing you that Manasseh land was heavily wooded.
Yeah.
And it was heavily mountainous. You sit back here, if you look at the map on just on Google, you'll see a lot of the lot of the land of Manasseh has a lot of mountain ranges. You see this right here? It's very mountainous.
Yeah.
So you might not get a lot of flat land to sit back and do the things you want to do on.
Exactly.
So maybe that's why they're tripping. But the land, there was still enough availability to get the job done if they fought westward. The crazy thing is this, the land that they needed, if you look at the map, the land that was available was going westward. But all them damn Hamites was going westward.
And that's how the Most High builds your life. Everybody has a custom-made battle just for them.
Listen, all the stuff most of the stuff over here is mountainous. So you can't get nothing out of it. But if you go and fight your battle, there's plenty of land for you. This ain't fair. This ain't fair. I always had to fight a battle.
But do you see how the Most High positions you in a situation? This is the Most High purposely positioning you in to keep fighting.
God.
People don't get that. People complain about their life because that's an excuse to not go and just deal with the problems.
God.
Complaining is wasting time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I had a genuine question. I'm not even trying to pull a precept.
Oh, you're good.
Is that what Hebrews 4:8-11 was talking about? Like that mindset of.
You got to pull it. I don't know off the top of my head.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sneak precept.
I like it. I don't want to sit back here. I know that verse. I got to see it, man.
It was Hebrews 4:8-11.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to read?
Go ahead, read it.
Matter of fact, you want to read the 7 at least.
Oh, okay. Hebrews chapter 4, verse 7. Again, he limiteth a certain day, saying in David, today, after so long a time, as it is said, today, if you will hear his voice, harden not your hearts. For if Yahushua had given them rest, then we would not afterward have spoken of another day. There remaineth therefore a rest to the people of the Most High. For he that has entered into his rest, he also has ceased from his own works, as the Most High did from his. Let us labor therefore to enter into that rest, lest any man fall after the same example of unbelief.
He still said to labor, therefore, to enter into rest.
Right.
People want rest without the labor.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to labor and work and build. That's how you get eventual stability down the line.
Right.
The labor has to come first before you get the rest. You have to listen. Like I said, somebody's life has to be a living. Listen, for example, Solomon was referred to as the Prince of what?
Prince
of Peace. How did Solomon get to a position where his kingdom was a peaceful empire?
Work, lots of work.
The work of who?
effort.
The work of who?
Him, the people.
Nope.
David.
David had to sit back and have a bloody ass empire.
Right.
He was hacksaw Jim Duggan. He was hacking and killing. He was killing Moab. He was killing Esau. He was going banana on Philistines. Most I said, I love you, a man of my own heart, but your hands are too bloody. I can't put a temple in your hands.
Tens of thousands.
You done built a whole kingdom off of bloody empire. He was killing. I don't know if y'all saw Platoon. He was like killing. What y'all know about killing?
Yeah.
Listen, he was killing. David was phenomenal, and Solomon's kingdom was established off of the blood, sweat, and tears that David and his mighty men established. Then the peace came. His whole life was labor. He was fighting until he almost got killed. Y'all remember that? He was fighting. He got too old. And a Philistine sat back here and tried to catch him slipping. And they caught him and they said, David, you done, man. You going back to the crib. No more fighting for you, man. We can't afford you to die out here. You're past your prime. So David was just killing until he couldn't lift that sword anymore.
See, and that's why I was asking. So it sounded like that's what it was saying, that your rest was that I cease from my own works so I can work for the Most High. So I can just fulfill what work must be done for him or in his name. I thought that's what that was saying.
Say that again. I want to make sure before I respond, I'm hearing what you're saying.
It was in verse 10. For he that is entered into his rest, he also has ceased from his own works. That was our rest, meaning to cease from us and to fulfill what the Most High intended for us to do.
Or in other words, stop pleasing myself, because we go on vain pursuits. We be up till 3 in the morning trying to please ourselves.
Right.
When the reality is, if I could have been 3 in the morning studying and getting sharp with the book, I could have been dealing with the book, building my spirit up. But we put a lot of energy and time to works that don't benefit us long term. So there's a piece from stop from your own works, our own fruitless, vain passions, bro.
Pursuits.
We have vain passions, bro. We have vain pursuits and vain
versus the labor of what's necessary to get the job of the Most High established.
And that's the rest, I thought.
The rest is in accepting that.
Exactly.
It's almost like, can you accept that your life is a living sacrifice?
Right.
Can I accept that I'm doing all this labor so that the next generation don't have to do this?
Right.
But somebody has to be the sacrifice, and that was the point of bringing about David. David had to be the sacrifice so that Solomon could take the time and be freed up enough to sit back here and send riddles to Hiram and shit out, and have a damn temple get built, and he just sit back here and he had the time to study the ant. He didn't have to worry about nobody trying to kill him. He had time to understand psychology and botany
and madness
and meteorology and madness. Because you know what? He had the time to give his mind to that because David put the work in. And he was getting all the monies in his tribute from all these countries. The system was already set. So now Solomon could augment what was already built from his father. That was the mindset. But that is an example of how dedication and sacrifice can get you somewhere if the next generation takes it to the next level. That was the golden age of Israel. It was David and Solomon. That was the golden age. You didn't get no better than that. It peaked in those two men. Just because one person can build a foundation, another person built on top of it. Very few times did that happen. It happened with Moses. and then Joshua. But the problem is the age groups. Joshua was already old crossing over. So you didn't get a full generation with Joshua. But it was those 2 times when 2 men could stack great runs together. You just didn't get it a lot. You're reading the book of Kings. 1 good king, 1 bad king, 2 bad kings, 1 good king. It was like that. We can never string 2 or 3 or 4 generations of good kings, of good leaders, to keep building on top of things. It was one guy screwed the temple up. The next generation, they kept building the temple back up, refortified walls. Another kingdom came in, screwed the pooch. The generation after that, they rebuilt the walls. It was rebuilding walls every 40 years. You read the damn themes. We're constantly, generations of people are just rebuilding what the other guy screwed up.
That's that double-minded man unstable in all his ways.
Well, it's double-minded, but my life has to sit back here and get thrown away because this other guy jacked it up. Or having toga parties and shit,
Yeah.
living their life. Anyway, let's go. Let's keep going, Joshua.
You want me to finish out 18 or from the top?
Finish out 18. No, man, I want the top of 18.
Top 18. But the mountain shall be thine, for it is a wood, and thou shalt cut it down, and the outgoings of it shall be thine, for thou shalt drive out the Canaanites, though they have iron chariots, and though they be strong.
He's telling you that everybody had a situation that was difficult, uncomfortable, and they had to continue to work to create peace and stability in their land and empire.
Yep.
Okay, read on.
Chapter 18. And the whole congregation of the children of Israel assembled together at Shiloh.
They were still at Shiloh already. That was their campground. It was Gilgal. Then they made their land over in Shiloh. Read on.
And set up the tabernacle of the congregation there. And the land was subdued before them.
But it was already subdued in Shiloh. That was their base for a while. Read on.
And there remained among the children of Israel 7 tribes, which had not yet received their inheritance.
There were 7 tribes just sitting there on their ass, waiting to get told to go get their land. The lots were already established. They were just sitting here waiting. How did Judah get it and nobody else got it? How did Ephraim and Manasseh get it and everybody just sitting on their asses watching?
It just shows how Israel's just non-proactive sometimes.
That's the point. The blessing was there. We put all that work and they're just sitting there waiting. Read on.
And Joshua said unto the children of Israel, how long are ye slack to go to possess the land?
How long are you waiting to go get the land that was already established and the lots were already drawn for it in like chapter 14?
They still have to go get it.
That's the point.
Man.
At the cart.
Yeah.
Don't do it. But that's the point. Continue. How long are you going to slack to go get it? Everything was established already. Just go take it.
Wow.
Read on.
How long are ye slack to go to possess the land which the Most High of thy fathers hath given you?
Come on, huh?
That's crazy.
Give out from among you 3 men for each tribe, and I will send them, and they shall rise and go through the land, and describe it according to the inheritance of them. And they shall come again to me, and they shall divide it into 7 parts. Judah shall abide in their coast on the south.
Judah already had their spot. Read on.
And the house of Joseph shall abide in their coasts on the north.
It was Judah and Joseph, which was Ephraim and Manasseh, were on top. Well, really, they were in the central part. Read on.
You shall therefore describe the land into 7 parts, and bring the description hither to me, that I may cast lots for you here before the Most High our power.
Mm-hmm.
But the Levites have no part among you, for the priesthood of the Most High is their inheritance. In Gad, in Reuben, and half of the tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance beyond Jordan on the east, which Moses, the servant of the Most High, gave them.
Exactly.
And the men arose and went away. And Joseph charged them that went to describe the land, saying, go and walk through the land and describe it, and come again to me, that I may here cast lots for you before the Most High in Shiloh. And the man went And the men went and passed through the land, and described it by cities into 7 parts in a book, and came again to Joshua to the host at Shiloh. And Joshua cast lots for them in Shiloh before the Most High. And there Joshua divided the land unto the children of Israel according to their divisions.
Now, I want to go back to the Antiquities of the Jews and the Josephus. Book 5, chapter 1, paragraph 21.
Book 5, chapter 1, paragraph 21.
Yes.
Now Joshua, when he had thus spoken to them, found that the multitude approved of his proposal. So he sent men to measure their country, and sent with them some geometricians, who could not easily fail of knowing the truth, on account of their skill in that art. He also gave them a charge to estimate the measure of that part of the land that was most fruitful, and what was not so good. For such is the nature of the land of Canaan, that one may see large plains, and such as are exceeding fit to produce fruit, which yet, if they were compared to other parts of the country, might be reckoned exceedingly fruitful. Yet if it be compared with the fields about Jericho, and to those that belong to Jerusalem, will appear to be out of no account at all.
So when you see all of this allotment of land in these tribes, you would sit back and say, man, Ephraim got a small piece of land, Issachar and Zebulun got small piece of land. What this is saying is that these geometricians understood that there might be large plains that are still fruitful, but they're not as fruitful as these smaller pieces of land, where the land was more potent than the larger plains. So even though one tribe got a bigger space of land than the other, everybody was equal in the potency and the caliber of the land. So Ephraim tripping about, we got a smaller piece of land, just isn't true.
And this is also about, do you trust counsel?
Yeah.
Because that's a high level concept, bro. A geometrician, everybody don't understand different land masses.
All I know is his land bigger than mine.
Yeah, what makes his dirt any blacker than my dirt?
Why is his bigger than mine?
Yeah, that's what Israel thinks. Israel doesn't look at degrees.
You got a problem with Issachar.
He's got a problem with Issachar.
Always that.
But what Israel doesn't see is, we don't always heed wise counsel. If we had heed the wise counsel,
Because we don't think it benefits us.
Well, why I have to hear this? Yes, you're telling me my land's better. You're just effing with my head.
Or it's just as good. Why can't you just be appreciative that what I got is just as good as what you got? Why can't I accept that?
It goes to both cereal battles, right? The parents deal with.
Bowl of cereal battle.
These are battles the parents deal with.
Yeah.
This person has more cereal. You gave him more cereal than you gave me.
That's war.
That's a
People
battle.
go to war for that. They go to
You
war for
gave
that.
him more milk than you gave me.
Yeah, how do you get the bigger orange juice, man?
You got
more orange juice.
He got the bigger orange.
More turkey bacon. You got more turkey bacon than me.
You gave him more bacon. You got to give more turkey bacon.
You gotta
than
say
him.
turkey bacon.
Turkey bacon. I don't eat no bacon now. Beef bacon is banging now. You get a chance.
Yeah, it's really, yeah, it is. It is.
But we look at other people's situations from our youth. The spirit lusteth envy. Okay, slightly. I have the picture.
Yeah, man. You're out here on the corner, man. All he's hearing is words. You need to see this man,
The scripture says the spirit lusteth to envy.
Yeah.
From our youth, we have these issues. A lot of things we fight in adulthood are still youthful issues.
Yeah.
That's why the Bible says flee youthful lust. Yes, you're getting rid of big problems in your battle, but you still have small elements of that child that we have to face and deal with.
Yep. So listen, the land was allotted properly.
Uh-huh.
Smaller piece of land was just as potent as the larger piece of land. Don't forget, you're only dealing with a handful of families, man. How many people? It wasn't that many people in this large of a space. But let's continue in the Josephus.
Sentence 78. And although it so falls out that these people have but a very little of this sort of land, and that it is, for the main, mountainous also, yet does it not come behind other parts, on account of its exceeding goodness and beauty.
So the smaller pieces were still better. It was just as potent as the larger masses of land. But people want to look at size versus quality. Okay? And you know, the Most High gives everybody what they need, what they can handle, and we have to accept that.
Well, what was the land for? It's not just a habit, it's to produce something with it. Right?
But people want size. They want it to look good, right? They want the fancy car. They want the big house, because that makes them feel like they're doing something. Versus functionality.
The Joneses.
We want the
Chasing
look.
the Joneses.
We want the look versus the functionality.
True.
And that's the truth, right? Let's continue.
For which reason Joshua thought the land for the tribes should be divided by estimation of its goodness, rather than the largeness of its measure.
Exactly. The goodness should be better. The caliber should be better than the size. And people didn't like it. Ephraim, Ephraim and Manasseh didn't like how they're part of the deal. Don't forget, Manasseh got a bunch of land, but not a lot of useful land. Ephraim got a small portion with more usefulness.
But this is the funny part. This is the funny part. Let's say everybody got the same size land. They would still complain, but listen, yeah, I got the same size
But
land.
it's not the goodness in the
I can't.
They're not gonna switch it.
Listen, I can't use his land that he got. He has more he can use in his land. I have less I can use in
That's
his
the
land.
point.
But
You
you all
have
have
to
the
make a
same size
decision.
He
land.
got more pomegranates than that.
Exactly.
That's Israel.
You can't make everybody happy. Let's keep going.
It often happening that 1 acre of some sort of land was equivalent to 1,000 other acres.
So that's the point. So if I got 1 acre, my land is small, I got 5 acres, but it's equivalent to 5,000 acres. So why don't I be appreciative for the 5 acres I got that is that much more potent than these 5,000 acres this guy over here that he can barely get the same I get out of my smaller group. But I want the size, I want the look, I want to feel like I'm doing something. And I just can't appreciate the life the Most High gave me. Continue.
Sin 79. Now the men that were sent, which were in number 10, traveled all about, and made an estimation of the land, and in the 7th month came to him to the city of Shiloh, where they had set up the tabernacle.
So let that go, and let's get back to the scriptures. We want to show how the process of establishing the land was, and that nobody got shortchanged more than somebody else. Everybody got exactly what their tribe needed, despite what Manasseh and damn Ephraim was saying. Let's get back to Joshua 18.
Joshua chapter 18 and verse
I think it's 10.
10?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry, captivity is humbling, man.
Yeah.
Is just even hearing this?
They're like spoiled brats.
To have 5 acres, I'd be ecstatic about that.
Exactly. But it was more than that. Each family was getting more than 5 acres, man. Because they had enough land. It was generational land. So you had enough land for your family, your son's family, your other son's family, your children's children, your great grandkids. They just keep building houses on top of this land.
Man.
All your generations had this land in perpetuity. They were set. Everybody was good.
So was it because they were comparing themselves to others that I think I deserve more because something they saw?
The truth, it was a combination of a bunch of things. I got to go to this land, but I realized there's a lot more work to this land than I thought and anticipated. What people forget is that I got to go to work. Right. Mosai says, Mosai says, take the kingdom. The kingdom's here. What the hell does that mean? I got a lot of work in front of me. The kingdom is here. The kingdom is in all of us. Am I going to go to work to get it done? I'll never forget. Go to Revelations chapter 10. Revelations 10, man. And
Take the book.
yeah, that's where I'm going. It's Revelations chapter 10.
19.
No, it's not 19. It's like not verse 7.
I mean 9. Sorry.
Let's go to verse 7.
Revelations chapter 10 and verse 7.
We're reading down.
But in the days of the voice.
No, give me verse 9. I'm sorry. It is 9 to 11.
Verse 9. And I went unto the angel and said unto him, give me the little book.
This is John the Revelator talking to the angel, asking the angel to give him the book, which is the Bible, the scriptures. Read on.
And he said unto me, take it and eat it up, and it shall make thy belly bitter. but it shall be in thy mouth sweet as honey.
So what he's saying is initially, we want the blessings to be handed to us. We want the Bible to be given to us versus there being a proactiveness to get it. We got this land as an inheritance, but we thought the inheritance was supposed to be ready-made, ready for us to inhabit, versus going into the blessing and fighting to finish what was given to you. But that's the problem. We have to constantly go work for it. We have to take out these Canaanites. I gotta cut these damn trees down, and I gotta build this shit. And just because I got an opportunity for a blessing doesn't mean the work stops there. The work just starts when I get the blessing. It's the idea about when a brother gets a rib.
Yep.
When he gets a rib, he thinks everything's cool. Don't you realize that's the beginning of the damn battle? You're going to war every damn day.
You said it. Ribs are not really made.
They're not. And you got to put the work in for years. And then you'll start seeing the benefits of the rib. It's work. That's why the Most I said earlier, we read it in Mark, how all the hundreds of blessings, the blessings come hundredfold with what?
Persecution.
With persecution. Was that a yawn persecution?
No.
Were you yawning when you said persecution? It sounded like you were yawning. But the point is this, the blessings come with persecutions. This land was a persecution. I got to come in and work this shit, man.
Responsibility. I
got to go to work. I got to kill these Canaanites. I got to cut these trees. There's more work to do. But we want to go into the blessing and relax. And that was why we fell apart. We were looking for the break as soon as we got in there. Not realizing that generation, listen, just like their previous generation was a sacrifice for them, they were going to have to be a sacrifice for their next generation. Put in the work, lose your life so the next ones can get what they need and be stable. We didn't understand that mindset. So, that's what nation building is about. That's why all these forefathers, your Rockefellers and your Carnegies and your Vanderbilts, they laid down the foundation so all these their families can live in comfort. But they had to sit back here and grind, beg, borrow, steal, and take to set their families up down the line.
Oh.
This was the mindset we should have took when we was in Joshua, when we just got the land of Canaan. Stop complaining about not enough land. We got to cut trees down. We got to kill more parasites. Do what the hell you got to do to get the damn job done. Anyway, it just shows our mindset, man. So where we at?
You want Revelation 10 and 11?
Yep. No, 18 and 11. Yes.
10 and 11.
Oh, Revelation. I'm sorry. I was looking at Joshua.
Okay.
That's all I wanted was about the getting the Bible versus taking the Bible. Yeah. Having a proactiveness to getting a blessing. We want blessings handed out to us versus earning the blessings.
Can I pause right here?
Yeah.
Proverbs 10 and 4.
Proverbs chapter 10, verse 4.
Come.
He becometh poor that dealeth with a slack hand.
This is one approach to life. Same situation, same land, same blessing, same family, whatever endeavor you're dealing with, you have two directions. Slothfulness or diligence. Read.
But the hand of the diligent maketh rich.
You have to pick your course of life. You have Cain and Abel, and then you got slothfulness and diligence. It says the man that becomes poor or deals with poverty, he deals with a slack hand. The complaining is a sign of I don't want to do this. I want to slack. These are all excuses and justifications to slack. He has more than me. That's another justification to slack.
Yep.
I have to work harder than this person. That's another justification to slack. That's the speech of a slack of a man that's.
I have an excuse. I already have a built-in excuse why I shouldn't try hard.
Yeah. That's just the mouth of a slothful man. Then you have another man. It says, but the what?
Okay, sorry. But the hand of the diligent maketh rich.
So then what happens is over time, one man chooses one course, another man chooses another. One man becomes poor, one man becomes rich.
Now you got envy.
Now we have infighting and really civil wars in Israel, right?
Yep.
And they got civil wars because of two different courses of life, two different thought processes. Not yielding myself to the right way of doing things. Not making it about the Most High, making it about my convenience and my flesh.
Yep.
Simple as that. The slothful man makes it about his convenience. The rich man is supposed to, not all the time. The rich man is supposed to make it about the pleasure of the Most High. Sometimes they make it about greed. Sometimes the man that gets what he wants in life is about his greed, his industry. But the Most High reveals it because He creates situations to reveal whatever the negative is. This is why you can never stop digging, combing, and grooming, and practicing clean spiritual hygiene. Keeping your spirit, your mind, your body clean. That's why you gotta shower every day. Physically. You gotta shower a day spiritually. So you gotta keep digging deeper and deeper every day to perfect your spirit, perfect your love to the Father. It is a everyday practice. Read on.
Verse 5. He that gathereth in summer is a wise son.
Listen, the man that's diligent is going to gather when the opportunity is there. These Philistines or these Canaanites are small in number. I have opportunity to take them out now. His perspective is the same. I still see the Philistines. I still see the Canaanites. I still see the problems and deficiencies in my spirit. But right now I have leverage over it. I have momentum over it. Let me finish the job. The slothful man's like, listen, man, I've done enough. Let me chill. Read.
But he that sleepeth in harvest is a son that causeth shame.
He that sleepeth in harvest is a what?
Is a son that causeth shame.
Looking for my comfort when the blessing's right in front of me. Over time, I'm going to come to shame. Because that window ain't always going to be open. Is that clear? Let's go back to our reading.
Joshua chapter 18 and verse 11. And the lot of the tribe of the children of Benjamin came up according to their families. And the coast of their lot came forth between the children of Judah and the children of Joseph. And their border on the north side was from Jordan, and the border went up to the side of Jericho on the north side, and went up through the mountains westward, and the goings out thereof were at the wilderness of Beth Aven. And the border went out from thence toward Luz, to the side of Luz, which is Bethel, southward. And the border descended to Atoreth Adar, near the hill that lieth on the south side of the nether Beth Horon. And the border was drawn thence, and compassed the corner of the sea southward, from the hill that lieth before Beth Horon southward. And the goings out thereof were at Kirjath Baal, and this is Kirjath Jearim, a city of the children of Judah. This was the west quarter. In the south quarter was from the end of Kirjath Jearim, and the border went out on the west, and went out to the well of waters on Nephtoah. And the border came down to the end of the mountain that lieth before the valley of the son of Hinnom, and which is in the valley of the giants on the north, and descended to the valley of Hinnom, to the side of Jebusi on the south, and descended to En Rogel, and was drawn from the north, and went forth to En Shemesh, and went forth toward Gilead, which is over against the side, which is over against the going up of Adumim, and descended to the stone of Bowen, the son of Reuben, and passed along toward the side over against Arabah.
You know what it shows? It shows the Most High He's already blueprinted your blessings out. But you can't really enjoy your blessings until you sit here and give Him the mind frame He wants. But your blessings are already pointed out. Am I appreciative the Most High has taken me thus far? Can I practice appreciation? I'm here, I'm at the precipice of my blessing. I'm at the precipice of the next level of my growth. Am I still thankful? We walked in the wilderness for 40 years. Pre-truth, we were walking in the wilderness, we just didn't know it. Right? We came to the truth, got opportunity to learn the Most High's knowledge. Can I maintain thankfulness and remember where I come from? Israel forgets their origin, and that's why we can't look at our blessings with a pure mind, because we forgot our origin. Doesn't the Bible say that when you have prosperity, there's one that when he has a affliction forgets prosperity, and one time of prosperity forgets what? Affliction. What mentality do I take when I'm on the verge of my blessings? Read on.
Verse 18.
It just shows the Most High he was showing all the land masses, and he was mapping out and showing all the map directions. It just shows, listen, look how far we've come. We've come too far to hold on to unthankfulness.
Yep.
We've come too far to focus on smaller, itty bitty, nitpicky, teeny tiny, small perspective problems.
Yep.
We have to keep practicing long range thinking. We have to keep practicing big picture thinking to maintain maturity as a nation and as individuals. Read.
Verse 18. And passed along toward the side over against Arabah, northward, and went down unto Arabah.
Okay.
And the border passed along to the side of Beth Hogla, northward, and the outgoings of the border were at the north bay of the Salt Sea at the south end of Jordan. This was the south coast. But Jordan was the border of it on the east side. This was the inheritance of the children of Benjamin, but the coast thereof round about according to their families, by the coasts thereof. Now the cities of the tribe of the children of Benjamin according to their families were Jericho, Beth Hogla, in the valley of Keziz,
Yes.
and Beth Arabah, and Zemarim,
Yeah, Zemarim.
and Bethel, and Avim, and Parah, and Ophrah, and Sephar Hamah.
That's a hell of a one.
Yeah.
Chafar Ha'amonai.
Okay. And Ophni, and Gaba, 12 cities with their villages.
Once again, they're going city for city, allowance and inheritance per family. Okay, continue.
Want me to keep reading that?
Let's keep going. Hell yeah.
All right. Gibeon and Ramah and Beroth and Mizpah and Sifra and Moza and Rechem and Erpeel and Tarala and Zela, Eleph
Yep.
and Jebusi,
Yep.
which is Jerusalem, Gibeah and Kirjath, 14 cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the children of Benjamin according to their families. Chapter 19. And the second lot came forth to Simeon, even for the tribe of the children of Simeon according to their families. And their inheritance was within the inheritance of the children of Judah. And they had in their inheritance Beersheba or Sheba, and Moladah, and Hazar Shual, and Bala, and Azim, and Al-Talad, and Bethul, and Hormah, and Ziklag, and Beth Markaboth, and Hazar Susa, and Beth Laboah, and Sharuhin. 13 cities and their villages. Ain, Remen, and Ether, and Ashan, 4 cities and their villages, and all their villages that were round about these cities, to Balal Beer, Ramoth of the south. This is the inheritance of the children of Simeon according to their families.
Just so we know, Simeon's land was in the middle of Judah's space. So you had Judah, you had Benjamin was right above Judah. Simeon was actually inside of Judah's inheritance space.
What's that?
I have no idea, but that's what that paper says, man.
Interesting.
But it's right in the middle of Judah in the south. So Judah had had the entire base, but then they realized it was too much space for Judah. So Simeon took the inside part of it. This is what it is. And then, as they was explaining, Benjamin was just south of Ephraim, south of Shiloh. All those cities that were explaining, but just on the map, you had Ephraim where Shiloh was. Below Ephraim was Benjamin. Below Benjamin was Judah, and inside of Judah was Simeon. So this dealing with all this. They're explaining the south portion first. Then there's Ephraim on top of Benjamin, Manasseh on top of Ephraim. Then you got Asher, Zebulun, Issachar, and Naphtali next. Let's continue.
Out of the portion of the children of Judah was the inheritance of the children of Simeon.
There you go. It says Simeon was out of the portion of Judah. Okay, read on.
For the part of the children of Judah was too much for them.
Yep.
Therefore, the children of Simeon had their inheritance within the inheritance.
Judah was taking too much. Judah got greedy when they first took out. They took all this land out. He said, "No, Simeon got to get some of this land." Let's keep going.
And the third lot came up for the children of Zebulun, according to their families. And
I'm still trying to find out, not to change the subject, but how the hell Simeon went up to with the 9.5 tribes during the captivity. If Simeon was right next to the southern kingdom, we're going to have to figure that out. That was something that hit me, like, how in the hell, if Simeon was that low, how did they get taken out to the northern kingdom with the 9.5 tribes? Right? Let's keep going now.
And the third lot came up for the children of Zebulun, according to their families, and the border of their inheritance was unto Sarid. And their border went up toward the sea, and Marala, and reached to Dabesheth, and reached to the river that is before Jokneam, and turned from Sarid eastward toward the sun rising unto the border of Chisloth Tabor, and then goeth out to Datarath, and goeth up to Japhia, and from hence passeth on along on the east to Jatah Hefer, to Atah Kazin, and goeth out to Ramon Methor, to Mia. And the border compasseth it on the north side to Hananah.
This means you gotta get ready for a long endeavor. This sounds like a lot of work to me, bro.
It's
All
like
these different
trying to
names and
pronounce
cities
these words,
and how
bro.
long it's gonna be. This is like a whole nother campaign. There
a lot of work,
there
bro.
was campaigns to eradicate and to get out of the wilderness and to eradicate these Canaanites. Now there's campaigns to build. Life is a succession of campaigns. If you're gonna be on point. Real?
All these cities that they're taking, some of them are uninhabited. What it said is, don't forget, some of the kingdoms, it says all the kings that stood up and fought back, they got decimated completely. But there were other Canaanite groups that just gave in. So what are you going to do with them?
The molded bread boys, huh?
You got to kill them, but you got to go campaign. Or some guys just stayed in their little strongholds just waiting. You still got to go get them.
It wasn't like Esau. You can't just drop bombs, man.
Nah, bro, you got to go out
Use your
here.
hands,
You got to get
work.
your hands dirty, bro. You got to get brain matter on your body. I always go back. It's a real bloody, messy situation. Killing guys with your hands, that's real. Anyway, let's keep going.
In the outgoings thereof.
Where are we at verse-wise, sir?
14.
Okay, cool.
And the outgoings thereof are in the valley of Jephath El, and Katat, and Nahalal, and Shimron, and Adalah, and Bethlehem, 12 cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the children of Zebulun, according to their families.
Zebulun's land looked pretty small. It must have been very fertile.
These cities with their villages. And the fourth lot came out to Issachar, for the children of Issachar, according to their families.
Issachar, don't forget, when you're looking at the map, you're thinking about the map. Shiloh is where everybody was at. That was in the middle. Ephraim had Shiloh. Above Ephraim was Manasseh. Then you had Zebulun, Issachar, and Asher was on the coast. They had the Tyre and Zidon area. But Tyre, he's going to say, was a stronghold city that they couldn't take out. He's going back to it, but Issachar's right above Manasseh. And they're on that border of the Jordan. They're on the border of Jordan. Continue.
Verse 18. And their border was towards Jezreel,
Mm-hmm.
and Cheseloth, and Shunem, and Hapharim,
That's on the west side. That was where their borders were on the west. Read on.
and Shihon, and Hariah, and Rebith, and Kisaron, and Abiz, and Remeth, and Gamin, and Hadah, and Beth Pazez. And the coast reacheth to Tabor, and
Shahaziah.
Shahazimah.
Shahazimah,
Yes.
and Beth Shemesh. And the outgoings of their border were at Jordan, 16 cities with their villages.
There you go.
This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Issachar, according to their families, the cities and their villages.
We got a whole bunch more lots to go. Get ready.
Oh man.
19 is awesome reading, bro. This is some hella reading right here. Let's keep going.
24. And the fifth lot came out for the tribe of the children of Asher, according to their families. And their border was Helkath and Hale and Beten and Akshaph and
Elimelech
and Amad and Mishiel, and reaches to Carmel westward and to
Shihor, Libnath,
and turneth toward the sun rising to Beth Dagon, and reacheth to Zebulun.
So what it's saying is that Asher on the east, they border Zebulun and also Naphtali. That's going to explain. And Asher is like the northernmost part of the kingdom. It's farthest northwest. So their west borders is the Mediterranean Sea, okay, and their east borders was Naphtali and Zebulun, and their south border was Manasseh. Read on.
In the valley of Jephthah
Yep.
El, toward the north side of Beth Emek and Neiel, and goeth out to Kabul on the left hand.
So once again, they're still breaking down cities that different families of Asher were going to just take over and house. Read on.
And Hebron, and Rehob, and Hammon, and Canaan, even unto the great Zibon. And then the coast turneth to Ramah, and to the strong city of Tyre. And the coast
like
turneth...
Tyre. Mm-hmm. Let me say Tyre and Zidon, those are names that are constantly talked about in the scriptures. They were great, powerful cities. They were like those oceanic cities.
Yeah, but I thought it was pronounced Tyre.
I've always read it as Tyre. But hey, tomato, man. It's the same damn thing.
Tomato.
Yes.
And the coast turneth to Hosa, and the outgoings thereof are at the sea from the coast to Akzib. Umah also, and Aphek, and Rehob, 22 cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Asher according to their families, these cities with their villages. The sixth lot came out to the children of Naphtali, even the children of Naphtali according to their families. And their coast was Haleph, from Elon to Zanim, and Adami, Nekab, and Jabneel, unto Lakum, and the outgoings thereof were thence to Hakok, and reacheth to Zebulun on the south side, and reacheth to Asher on the west side, and to Judah upon Jordan toward the sunrise.
This is beautiful because we never had nothing out. Israel came out of Egypt. We had nothing. We came out with jewelry and gold and diamonds and stuff like that. But you can't spend it. You can't decorate it. You can't do anything with it. You're walking around the wilderness with all this jewelry.
And furniture.
This is the first time we got to have something out. So I get.
And we lost our minds.
I get the idea. It shows. The scripture says riches are not comely for a niggard.
I know. We couldn't handle it.
Yeah, we getting something without maturity will end up really wasting the blessing. Can you read?
So Zebulun was in the south, so was Issachar. Naphtali was on the west. Continue.
Verse 35. And the fenced cities are Zedim, Zir, and Hamath, Rakath, Chinnereth, and Adama, and Ramah, and Hazor, and Kadesh, and Idri, and Hazor, and Iron, and Migdal El, Harem, and Beth Anath, and Beth Shemesh, 19 cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of the Naphtali, according to their families, the cities, and their villages. And the seventh lot came out for the tribe of the children of Dan, according to their families. And the coast of their inheritance was Zorah, Eshtal, and Shemesh, and Shalalabin.
I was hell of them, yeah.
And Ajalon, and Jethlal, and Elon, and Thimotha, and Ekron, and Eltica, and Gibbethon, and Balath, and Jathud, and Beni Barak, and Gath
I just said Benny from the Bronx for a second, man.
I'm doing my best here.
It was just for a second. I was like, it's Benny from the Bronx, man.
insane
What?
here.
I know. You go ahead.
And 46, and Mejarkon, and Rakan, with the border before Japho.
Mm-hmm.
And the coast of the children of Dan went out too little for them. Therefore the children of Dan went up to fight against Lashem,
Yep.
and took it and smote it with the edge of the sword and possessed it.
So what it's saying is this: Dan has like two different spaces on the map. Dan is kind of situated to the left or to the west of Ephraim, and to the south of Manasseh. But Dan said that land was too small, so they sat back here and took a piece of land that was next to Naphtali, which is the northernmost part of the land of Israel. And they took that land, Leshem, and inhabited that space also. So they took, Dan is kind of split up in two parts. It was up north, they took that piece at Leshem, but their original inheritance was next to the Benjamites and Ephraimites. Okay? Just so we know. Keep going.
Dan went up to fight against Leshem, and took it and smote it with the edge of the sword, and possessed it, and dwelt therein, and called Leshem Dan, after the name of Dan, their father.
There you go.
This is the inheritance of the children of Dan, according to their families, these cities with their villages.
Yep.
When they had made an end of dividing the land for inheritance by their coasts, the children of Israel gave an inheritance to Joshua, the son of Nun, among them. According to the word of the Most High, they gave him the city which he asked, even Tamath Serah and Mount Ephraim.
Because Joshua was Ephraim. Read on.
And he built the city and dwelt therein.
Just like he named the city he wanted, and so did Caleb. He got the land he wanted. Okay? And Caleb wanted the land in which they first scouted out and claimed and said they could have it, and then they lost it. But let's keep going.
These are the inheritance which Eleazar the priest and Joshua the son of Nun and the heads of the fathers of the tribes of the children of Israel divided for an inheritance by lot in Shiloh before the Most High, at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. So they made an end of dividing the country.
So now everything's divided. Everybody has their land, but everybody's battle was reestablished. Because now you know what you got. Now you gotta go fight to sit back and establish peace in that territory.
Yep.
Okay? It wasn't supposed to be the end so they can relax. Nagaha, let's do this one.
All right. He's a Hebrew.
Give a brother a break.
Yeah, everybody doing it. What's going on?
Slaying word dragons, Zach.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yashala.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yashala. Imagine, bro. Yahweh Hashem Shabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shah Brakatah.
I just want to read one point about the land of Dan. It says that Dan was the northern. Oh man, I missed it. Dan was by Palestine.
Yeah, what was up north, they had two spots.
Yeah, Dan was recognized as the north boundary of Palestine.
Yeah.
And the phrase from Dan even to Beersheba.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But that was their second piece of land that they took out in Lashem. That was the north spot. And their original land was right next to Benjamin and Ephraim in the middle. Right here, see?
Yeah.
But that little piece of Dan, that's where they took that other spot.
Yeah,
they
right
want
next to the
some more
Hivites, right? Right next to the Hivites.
They're right next to some more ham, huh? Right next to more ham. But they earned the land, they fought it, and they got it. So let's get chapter 20, verse 1.
Joshua chapter 20 and verse 1. The Most High also spake unto Joshua, saying, speak to the children of
Hey, y'all, we're going to go to sleep. We're going to go in that room. All right? I need you to stand up. Not stand up, but just prop yourself up. Because this is the prelude before the eyes start closing. This is how it's going to happen. So keep yourself up. Keep your posture up. If you keep your posture up, it's harder to sit back here and get tired. All right? All right.
Joshua chapter 20, verse 1. The Most High also spake unto Joshua, saying,
I might ask y'all some questions about what we're reading. I don't think y'all like that one, would you? What we just say 5 minutes ago, Ike? All right, I want you to be alert because it's coming. I'm gonna ask you a question. Give me some quizzes up in here. All right? I'm telling you, that'll wake you up. Whatever little sleep demon was on you, that shit just popped up right now.
Leaves you with trouble.
I ain't even one of them flash like beep beep beep. What's the question? What's the question? Anyway, we gotta lighten up because this, man. I know we in like hour 3, but we gotta push through this. All right. I'm telling you, sleep spirits, they bounce, man. If you have that sleep energy, it'll bounce to him, it'll bounce to us, and everybody's doing this nodding off in class. None of us want that. Everybody has to fight their battle, so we all stay strong. Okay? Can't hear you. All right, there we go. Yes, let's keep going.
Joshua chapter 20, verse 1.
I believe that, Con. I believed it. Let's keep reading.
The Most High also spake unto Joshua, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, Appoint out for you cities of refuge, whereof I spake unto you by the hand of Moses, that the slayer that killeth any person unawares and unwittingly may flee thither, and they shall be your refuge from the avenger of blood.
So once again, all the cities of refuge were talked about in Deuteronomy, and Moses laid the foundation of what they're having to execute now. So everybody has their lots and lands and their spaces. Now we got to find these cities of refuge so accidental manslayers don't get killed by the people want to avenge their family's blood, so to speak. Read on.
Verse 4. And when he that doth flee unto one of those cities shall stand at the entering of the gate of the city, and shall declare his cause in the ears of the elders of that city, they shall take him into the city unto them, and give him a place that he may dwell among them. And if the avenger of blood pursue after him, then they shall not deliver the slayer up into his hand, because he smote his neighbor unwittingly, and hated him not before time.
So it wasn't premeditated.
No malice.
Exactly. Read on.
Verse 6. And he shall dwell in that city until he stand before the congregation. I'm sorry. Doesn't that mean in verse 5 that it wasn't murder?
Yeah, because it was done unwittingly. Yeah, it was a mistake. Remember in Deuteronomy it talks about if a guy was using his axe to chop down a tree and it slides off the handle and it kills somebody, it wasn't intentional. But the guy died anyway. And just to make sure somebody doesn't avenge the blood, you go to that city to refuge and bring your family and everything. And what happens is after that person dies, you can go back to your familial land to still working.
So this shows the difference between premeditation and killing.
Yes.
Killing, murder.
Yes. Continue.
Verse 6. And he shall dwell in that city until he stand before the congregation for judgment, and until the death of the high priest that shall be in those days.
It wasn't the death of the person that wants to avenge, it was the death of the high priest. Once the high priest died, everything gets reset. All the offenses get reset. Okay, that's what I forgot. Continue.
Then shall the slayer return and come unto his own city and unto his own house, unto the city from whence he fled.
That's still almost a life sentence, brother.
Right.
But keep going.
Verse 7. And they appointed Kadesh in Galilee, and Mount Naphtali, and Shechem, and Mount Ephraim.
Don't forget, Galilee is up north. Galilee's right below Dan. Okay, it's in the land of Naphtali, Galilee. So even when Christ says back here, he's in Galilee, it was in the old land of Naphtali. Okay, so that's one of the cities of refuge in Galilee, and in Shechem, which is in Ephraim, the land of Ephraim, which is so they're saying Galilee's refuge city was the north. Shechem's was the central part where the city of refuge is. Read on.
And Kirjath Arba, which is Hebron, in the mountain of Judah.
So Hebron is so that's the south area of the city of refuge. Those are 3 cities of refuge: north, central, and south. Read on.
Verse 8. And on the other side Jordan by Jericho eastward, they assigned Bezer in the wilderness upon the plain out of the tribe of Reuben.
So Gezer down south, southeast. Read on.
And Ramah in Gilead out of the tribe of Gad, and Golan in Bashan out of the tribe of Manasseh.
So it was 3 in the east and it was 3 in the west, cities of refuge. Okay? North, south, and east. North, central, and south on the west, north, central, and south on the east. It was pretty organized how they set this thing up. And they were cities of refuge. Continue.
These were the cities appointed for all the children of Israel, and for the stranger that sojourneth among them, that whosoever killeth any person at unawares might flee thither, and not die by the hand of the avenger of blood, until he stood before the congregation.
The only thing that would keep an avenger of blood from killing you is that they couldn't go on the land. The niggas just trying to get it out. It wasn't good enough to say it was a mistake. That wasn't good enough. Even if it could be proven. Obviously it was proven that it wasn't a mistake. That's why they went to the city of refuge. But that wasn't enough for an avenger of blood to sit back here and not want to kill him. That's crazy. Only that land was off limits. If they caught him slipping, they would have killed him, even though they knew it was an accident. Israel is maniacs. Let's keep going.
Joshua 21, verse 1. Then came near the heads of the fathers of the Levites unto Eleazar the priest, and unto Joshua the son of Nun, and unto the heads of the fathers of the tribes of the children of Israel. And they spake unto them at Shiloh in the land of Canaan, saying, The Most High commanded by the hand of Moses to give us cities to dwell in, with the suburbs thereof for our cattle.
Everything's being set in order now. Now it's time for the priests to get their cities and their suburbs to take care of their animals and their cattle, and so that eventually they can sit back here and perform Levitical acts in every one of these cities. Okay, read on.
Verse 3. And the children of Israel gave unto the Levites out of their inheritance, at the commandment of the Most High, these cities and their suburbs. And the lot came out for the families of the Kohathites.
The Kohathites were the ones that were the lineage of Aaron, which were the priestly lineage. Read on.
And the children of Aaron, the priest, which were of the Levites.
That's Moses, Aaron, Eleazar, Phinehas, the whole 9. Read on.
Had by lot out of the tribe of Judah, and out of the tribe of Simeon, and out of the tribe of Benjamin, 13 cities.
So the Kohathites had the south of Israel, because it was Simeon, Judah, and Benjamin. 13 cities were scattered about, so they can function, operate. Don't forget, that was the priestly tribe was allowed to function in the south, and it's going to say the central. But keep going.
Verse 5. And the rest of the children of Kohath had by lot out of the families of the tribe of Ephraim, and out of the tribe of Dan, and out of the half tribe of Manasseh, 10 cities.
So it was 13 cities in the south, 10 cities in the central part of Israel. Ephraim, Manasseh, and Dan. Read on.
And the children of Gershon had by lot out of the families of the tribe of Issachar.
If I'm not mistaken, Gershon was the tribe that was the construction crew. No, Gershon was the tribe that dealt with the cloth and the material that was being transported with the temple back in the day. So Gershon, they had Issachar. They were in the lands of Issachar, Asher, and Naphtali. Read on.
And out of the tribe of Asher, and out of the tribe of Naphtali, and out of the half tribe of Manasseh.
I gotta read it real quick. It's not that dope, but it's something for the class. Gershon, the name of the eldest son of Levi, according to some sources. His descendants were apparently influential Levites, families of Lebanites and Shemites. Descendants from him were assigned with camp site of the tabernacle during the wilderness wanderings, and were given specific tasks in the care of the sacred tent.
Mm-hmm.
Numbers 3:25, 26.
So they were dealing with the coverings of the tent.
Yeah,
okay.
they were given the specific task of the care of the sacred tent.
Okay. So in Kohath, they had the decorations, they had the gold and all the gold pieces and items. And in Merari, they were dealing with the construction of all these items, the outside and the structure of the tent, if I'm not mistaken. So they had Gershon had the north. Okay, they had the north and the northeast. Read on.
Out of the half tribe of Manasseh, in Bashan 13 cities. Verse 7. The children of Merari, by their families, had out of the tribe of Reuben, and out of the tribe of Gad, and out of the tribe of Zebulun, 12 cities.
So they tried to break down these tribes evenly, so that all the tribes had priests that were there to execute the ceremonies necessary to please the Heavenly Father. Okay, let's continue.
Verse 8. And the children of Israel gave by lot unto the Levites these cities with their suburbs, as the Most High commanded by the hand of Moses. And they gave out of the tribe of the children of Judah, and out of the tribe of the children of Simeon, these cities which are here mentioned by name, which the children of Aaron, being of the families of the Kohathites, who were of the children of Levi, had, for theirs was the first lot.
They had first lot. Yeah.
And they gave them the city of Arba, the father of Anak, which city is Hebron, in the hill country of Judah, with the suburbs thereof round about it. But the fields of the city and the villages thereof gave they to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, for his possession. Thus they gave to the children of Aaron, the priest, Hebron with their suburbs, to be a city of refuge for the slayer, and Libnah with her suburbs, and Jatir with her suburbs, and Eshtemoa with her suburbs, and Halon with her suburbs, and Debir with her suburbs, and Ain with her suburbs, and Juttah with her suburbs, and Beth Shemesh with her suburbs, 9 cities out of those 2 tribes. And out of the tribe of Benjamin, Gibeon with her suburbs, Geba with her suburbs, Anathoth with her suburbs, Almon with her suburbs, 4 cities. All these cities are the children of Aaron the priest, with 13 cities with their suburbs. And the families of the children of Kohath, the Levites, which remained of the children of Kohath, even they had the cities of their lot out of the tribe of Ephraim. For they gave them Shechem with her suburbs, and Mount Ephraim to be a city of refuge for the slayer, and Gezer with her suburbs, and Kibzaim with her suburbs, and Beth-horon with her suburbs, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Dan, Eltekeh with her suburbs, Gibbethon with her suburbs, Aish Alon with her suburbs, Gath-rimmon with her suburbs, 4 cities. And out of the half tribe of Manasseh, Tanakh with her suburbs, Gath-rimmon with her suburbs, 2 cities. All the cities were 10 with the suburbs for the families of the children of Kohath that remained. And unto the children of Gershon, of the families of the Levites, out of the other half of the tribe of Manasseh, they gave Golan in Bashan with her suburbs to be a city of refuge for the slave, and Baish Terah with her suburbs, 2 cities. And out of the tribe of Issachar, Kishon with her suburbs, Dabarah with her suburbs.
And the benefit of having these cities of
Well, the suburbs for the Levites, right?
these cities for the manslayers is it kills that spirit that lives in our community, like Chicago, like Louisiana, and like most of our neighborhoods. We usually have this back and forth gang
Retaliation.
Our people have retaliation forever. We have generational retaliation.
Yeah, Hatfields and McCoys, huh?
And the Most High knows this, so he's purposely seeing probably before they happen and structuring them. That's the beautiful thing about the Bible. The Most High, we're not always thankful for how the Most High is thought out.
He's actually proactive in thinking out possible problems down the line.
Because that's all we talk about. Stop the violence. Stop the violence. That's all you heard on TV back in the day.
Yep.
That's everybody said in every song. Stop the violence. I get the Most High had it already pre-planned, so there wouldn't be an environment we have to deal with violence.
Retaliation and violence.
We have to really practice being more appreciative of the Father and more thankful for Him thinking for us, thinking ahead for us. That's really merciful. You can keep going. Let's just in my mind.
Let's keep going.
Verse 29. Jarmuth with her suburbs, and Ganim with her suburbs, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Asher, Mishal with her suburbs, Abdon with her suburbs.
So all these suburb cities were where the Levites could actually live and hang their head down. Read on.
Verse 31. Helkath with her suburbs, and Rehob with her suburbs, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Naphtali, Kadesh in Galilee with her suburbs, to be a city of refuge for the slayer, and Hamath Dor with her suburbs, and Kartan with her suburbs, 3 cities. All the cities of the Gershonites, according to their families, were 13 cities with their suburbs. And unto the families of the children of Merari, the rest of the Levites, out of the tribe of Zebulun, Jokneam with her suburbs, and Karta with her suburbs. Dimnah with her suburbs, Nahalal with her suburbs, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Reuben, Bezer with her suburbs, and Jahazah with her suburbs. Kedemoth with her suburbs, and Mephaath with her suburbs, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Gad, Ramoth and Gilead with her suburbs, to be a city of refuge for the slayer, and Mahanaim with her suburbs. Heshbon with her suburbs, Jazer with her suburbs, 4 cities in all. So all the cities of the children of Merari, by their families, which were remaining of the families of the Levites, were by their lot 12 cities. All the cities of the Levites within the possession of the children of Israel were 48 cities with their suburbs.
48 cities with their suburbs. Read on.
These cities were every one with their suburbs round about them. Thus were all these cities. And the Most High gave unto Israel all the land which he sware to give unto their fathers, and they possessed it, and dwelt therein. And the Most High gave them rest round about, according to all that he sware unto their fathers, and there stood not a man of all their enemies before them. The Most High delivered all their enemies into their hand.
And it was up to them to finish them off if they chose. Paragraph 22.
I didn't do 45.
Was that so? Oh, yeah, okay. That's good.
Verse 45. There failed not aught of any good thing which the Most High had spoken unto the house of Israel. All came to pass.
What it's saying is he kept his end of the bargain up. He covered his end of the bargain for Israel. Read on.
Chapter 22, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
Then Joshua called the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half tribe of Manasseh, and said unto them, Ye have kept all that Moses the servant of the Most High commanded you, and have obeyed my voice in all that I commanded you. Ye have not left your brethren these many days unto this day, but have kept the charge of the commandment of the Most High your power. And then the Most High your power hath given rest unto your brethren, as he promised them. Therefore now return ye, and get you unto your tents, and unto the land of your possession, which Moses the servant of the Most High gave you on the other side Jordan.
So what he's saying is, listen, man, you guys held your end of the bargain up. You guys crossed Jordan with us to help fight this battle. Y'all go home, half tribe Manasseh, Gad, and Reuben. Okay? Read on.
Verse 5. But take diligent heed to the commandment and the law, which Moses the servant of the Most High charged you, to love the Most High your power, and to walk in all his ways, and to keep his commandments, and to cleave unto him, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul.
And it goes back to the same point we made earlier in class. All your heart means you're never done.
Yep.
Because as soon as I start regressing and pulling back and backsliding, I have space for my flesh and space for complaints.
Yep.
And space for looking at people's lives.
Yep. Continue.
Verse 6. So Joshua blessed them and sent them away, and they went unto their tent. Now to the one half of the tribe of Manasseh Moses had given possession in Bashan, but unto the other half thereof gave Joshua among their brethren on this side Jordan, westward.
Mm-hmm.
And when Joshua sent them away also unto their tents, then he blessed them. And he spake unto them, saying, Return with much riches unto your tents, and with very much cattle, with silver and with gold, and with brass and with iron, and with very much raiment. Divide the spoil of your enemies with your brethren. And the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half tribe of Manasseh returned, and departed from the children of Israel out of Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan, to go unto the country of Gilead, to the land of their possession, whereof they were possessed, according to the word of the Most High, by the hand of Moses.
Yep.
And when they came unto the borders of Jordan, that are in the land of Canaan, the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half tribe of Manasseh built there an altar by Jordan, a great altar to see to.
Now the crazy thing is they didn't know what type of altar this was. They just listened. Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh. Once they crossed over Jordan, they built this huge altar. And then, so what ends up happening is the Jews on the west side is like, what the hell are these dudes doing?
Yep.
Are they sitting back here building altars to Baal already?
Yeah.
What's going on? Why did they tripping already? So they're going to start investigating what the hell this altar is about. What was the intention behind it? Verse 11.
And the children of Israel heard say, Behold, the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half tribe of Manasseh have built an altar over against the land of Canaan, in the borders of Jordan, at the passage of the children of Israel. And when the children of Israel heard of it, the whole congregation of the children of Israel gathered themselves together at Shiloh to go up to war against it.
They was going to kill these dudes dead. At least there was, listen, at this point, they were zealous not to break the law yet.
That's beautiful.
They just were lazy and not trying to finish out these Canaanites. But they weren't trying to break the law yet. So when they found out they was building altars, they said, we gotta kill these dudes already. They just left. So they went to Shiloh, which was the meeting ground, and they was going to cross over and deal with these cats. Read on.
Verse 13. And the children of Israel sent unto the children of Reuben, and to the children of Gad, and to the half tribe of Manasseh, into the land of Gilead, Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the priest.
They sent the priest over to deal with these guys. Read on.
And with him 10 princes, of each chief house a prince, throughout all the tribes of Israel.
Except for Gad and Reuben. Because those suckers would have crossed the water. Read on.
And each one was in the head of the house of their fathers among the thousands of Israel.
Yep.
And they came unto the children of Reuben, and to the children of Gad, and to the half tribe of Manasseh, unto the land of Gilead, and they spake with them, saying, Thus saith the whole congregation of the Most High, What trespass is this that ye have committed against the power of Israel, to turn away this day from following the Most High, and that ye have builded you an altar, that ye may rebel this day against the Most High?
They're like, why are you sitting back here building an altar to rebel against the Heavenly Father? Read on.
Is the iniquity of Peor too little for us?
Have y'all remembered Baal Peor?
Yeah.
And when the damn Midianites sat back here, no, it wasn't Midian. It was Balaam talked to Moab.
Yep.
And the Moabites sat back here and sent their women up there to try to break and weaken the warriors and the fighters. He said, man, don't you forget Baal Peor? You forgot already? What happened to us when we sat back here and strayed away from the Heavenly Father? Read on.
I like this little angle. It's not a big angle, but I like it. The word altar means to make some changing, to make different in some particular or in some very degree, without an entire change. It just says we build physical altars to worship other gods, but on a double note, it shows that the altars, we're building these altars because we're changing within. We're changing on the inside. Our opinions are changing. Our gods are changing. Mm-hmm. At least Israel said, listen, we're not going to accept deviation among our people. That was a sign of strength for our nation.
It was strength because we were trying to enforce the right things. God. Luckily, their response was correct. God. And their intentions weren't to do anything negative, as we're going to read. Read verse 17 again from the top.
Is the iniquity of Peor too little for us, from which we are not cleansed until this day? Although there was a plague in the congregation of the Most High, but that ye must turn away this day from following the Most High? And it will be, seeing ye rebel today against the Most High, that tomorrow he will be wroth with the whole congregation of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Notwithstanding, if the land of your possession be unclean, then pass ye over unto the land of the possession of the Most High, wherein the Most High's tabernacle dwelleth, and take possession among us. But rebel not against the Most High, nor rebel against us, in building you an altar beside the altar of the Most High your power.
Okay, I want to read verse 18 and 19 again.
Okay. Verse 18.
I missed something in 18. Read that.
But that ye must turn away this day from following the Most High? And it will be, seeing ye rebel today against the Most High, that tomorrow he will be wroth with the whole congregation of Israel.
He's like, if you get weak, we're gonna all fall. Read on.
Notwithstanding, if the land of your possession be unclean.
Meaning, listen, I guess they're assuming, listen, why would a person start worshiping other idols so quickly? Maybe it's because you're unhappy with what you got. Maybe you jumped the gun and picked some land that you thought was hot, but the land over here is hotter. And now you're angry that you got some whacker land than the land that we got. So if you're unhappy with the land that you initially claimed as yours, he's like, come over here and work with us and split the land over here so that you won't be angry and despondent to where you want to go sit back here and break the laws. Because what it's showing you is why people broke the laws.
Wow.
It's explaining why people started sitting back here serving Baal, serving other gods, because they were discontent with the lot that they had in their life.
That's crazy, bro.
So what they would do is, I'm going to sit back here and serve these other guys because I just wasn't content with what you gave me. So I got to go by other means to get other type of blessings. It's the spirit of deviation because I'm just not appreciative with what the Most High gave me. So what they're saying is, if you don't like what you got, instead of serving other gods, just come back over here and we'll break up this land even more.
Yeah.
For your sake, to keep the entire nation from falling and falling apart. Everybody in the tribes will take a little less so we don't fall. Because the issue was, the idea is that when they crossed over Jordan, it was almost like a rift in a separation. And they were going to be detached from the quote-unquote commonwealth of the rest of the nation. And that was the concern. So, I mean, if you don't like your land, come over here and we'll split this even more so we can all stay together, stay stable, and stay protected. Because honestly, on the other east side of Jordan, you're exposed to all these other nations.
Yep. That's the problem.
You're exposed to Amorites, Moabites, everybody's all circling around you. You have all these enemies around you on this side. And then most importantly, if you're not happy with what the Most High gave you, come back. The point is, this is why people, and they're talking to these brothers as if they already assume that they're breaking the law.
Is that evil suspicion?
Well, yes, but it's this. Listen, it isn't necessarily evil suspicion. It's like, listen, man, if you got a problem, because why they're asking, why else would you build an altar? Everybody got their land. Why are you going to other gods? We just got hooked up. Unless you're unhappy with what you got.
Exactly.
But that's why people go left anyway in this life. They go left because they go left and they compromise their belief system because they want something more in their life. And this is what this verse is explaining. Give me verse 19 again.
Verse 19. Notwithstanding, if the land of your possession be unclean, then pass ye over unto the land of the possession of the Most High, wherein the Most High's tabernacle dwelleth.
Don't forget, that land on the east side wasn't part of the original plans of being taken. They just asked for it. Know that. Listen, the other side of Canaan was supposed to be theirs. That east side of Canaan is what Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh wanted. Don't forget, they were planning this to get around the Amorites and cross over. They didn't let them, so they whipped their ass. Then they whipped the next guy's ass. Well, that wasn't the plan. And they took out these people. So they, well, shoot, might as well just find this land, and I want this land. I'm Gad. I'm Reuben. Let's get this land. I want this land. But the other side was what was supposed to be for them. So let's keep going.
Wherein the Most High's tabernacle dwelleth, and take possession among us. But rebel not against the Most High, nor rebel against us, in building you an altar beside the altar of the Most High your power.
And don't forget, when it says building an altar besides the altar, what was the initial altar the Lord built? It was right after they crossed Jordan. And when they crossed Jordan, it had to be a reminder of the Most High. and how he was there for them with all the stones that was in the middle of the river? He says, don't build an altar on this side that's right next to the altar of the Most High. You're going to piss the Most High and provoke him to jealousy.
Can't do that one.
Read on.
Verse 20. Did not Achan, the son of Zerah, commit a trespass in the accursed thing?
Like, these niggas just trip out getting the all gold everything outfit. And we had to die because of it.
I knew that.
They were there. Read on. Gold stitching, gold on my watch.
It hurts me not to have
Don't
this.
believe me, just watch me. But keep going.
And wrath fell on all the congregation of Israel?
Yeah, we all had to suffer because this is negative. Read on.
And that man perished, not alone in his iniquity.
He died, and all his family died with him. Read on.
Then the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half tribe of Manasseh answered and said unto the heads of the thousands of Israel.
So they did it the right way. They admonished him first. They approached him without going to war. They approached him first, but they were ready to go to war before they answered the question. Read on.
The Most High power of powers. The Most High power of powers. He knoweth, and Israel he shall know, if it be in rebellion or if in transgression against the Most High.
Yeah.
Save us not this day.
He said, if our intentions were to sit back here and serve other gods, let us all die today. Read on.
Save us not this day, that we have built us an altar to turn from following the Most High, or if to offer thereon burnt offering or meat offering, or if to offer peace offering thereon, let the Most High himself require it. And if we have not rather done it for fear of this thing, saying, in time to come your children might speak unto your children, saying, what have ye to do with the Most High power of Israel?
Mm-hmm.
For the Most High hath made Jordan a border between us and you. Ye children of Reuben and children of Gad, ye have no part in the Most High. So shall your children make our children cease from fearing the Most High.
So what he's saying is, listen, man, if we're lying, let you guys take us out. If our intention in building this altar was wrong. Read on.
Therefore we said, let us now prepare to build us an altar, not for burnt offering, nor for sacrifice, but that it may be a witness between us and you and our generations after us, that we might do the service of the Most High before him with our burnt offerings and with our sacrifices and with our peace offerings, that your children may not say to our children in time to come, ye have no part in the Most High.
Meaning the altar was established as a reminder that we're in this together.
Come.
Even though one's on the east side and the other's on the west, we're still brothers, we're still family. Your children have to know this also. What Dan was saying is we're going to be forgotten, and we don't want to be forgotten from y'all. That's why they built the altar. They don't want to be forgotten. They needed the assistance and the help of the brothers in the west, like they gave assistance to Israel as it was crossing from the east to the west. So the purpose was a reminder that everybody can see over on that way, that altar is a symbol of our brothers on that side. And if they're on the east, that altar is a symbol that, hey, our brothers are on the other side. So they wouldn't forget each other. It had nothing to do with serving gods and doing any wackadoo kind of stuff like that. Okay? Read on.
Verse 28. Therefore said we, that it shall be, when they should so say to us, or to our generations in time to come, that we may say again, behold, the pattern of the altar of the Most High, which our fathers made, not for burnt offerings. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Behold, the pattern of the altar of the Most High, which our fathers made, not for burnt offerings, nor for sacrifices, but it is a witness between us and you.
It was a reminder. The witness is a reminder between us and you. Read on.
The Most High forbid that we should rebel against the Most High, and turn this day from following the Most High, to build an altar for burnt offerings, for meat offerings, or for sacrifices, beside the altar of the Most High our power, that is before his tabernacle. And with Phinehas the priest, and the princes of the congregation and the heads of the thousands of Israel, which were with him, heard the words that the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the children of Manasseh spake, it pleased them. And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the priest, said unto the children of Reuben, and unto the children of Gad, and unto the children of Manasseh, this day we perceive that the Most High is among us, because ye have not committed this trespass against the Most High. Now ye have delivered the children of Israel out of the hand of the Most High.
Exactly. So what's happening also is Phinehas is now the head priest. Eleazar is getting up in age. That generation of Moses' time is getting up in age. Eleazar, Joshua, Caleb, they're in their hundreds, man. There's only so much they're going to be able to do. So Phinehas, now don't forget, Phinehas got his fame because Phinehas wasn't the legitimate heir after Eleazar. He wasn't. Phinehas was the son. His mother was like a nation. But the reason that Phinehas got raised up and elevated was because he threw that spear into Zimri's chest, in his wife's chest. And he was the one that sat back here and eliminated that wickedness in Israel. He took the initiative to fight back from that negative influence that Zimri, which was a Simeonite, had brought to the table. And because of it, they overlooked the fact that his bloodline wasn't pure, and they elevated him as the next in line. But Phinehas wasn't the next in line initially, because Eleazar chose a different woman when he dealt with him. All right? There's something to be conscious of. Continue.
Verse 32. And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the priest, and the princes returned from the children of Reuben and from the children of Gad out of the land of Gilead unto the land of Canaan to the children of Israel, and brought them word again. And the thing pleased the children of Israel, and the children of Israel blessed the Most High, and did not intend to go up against them in battle to destroy the land wherein the children of Reuben and Gad dwelt. And the children of Reuben and the children of Gad called the altar Ed, for it shall be a witness between us that the Most High is power.
Okay, cool. Adam, let's do this 23. There's no more weird names coming out here, man. So this should run smooth. Oh, write this little you in so we can just have you read. All right. Let's give rid of some breaks. Okay. You want to read? Let's do it.
Let's get it.
Now we get up. Got the super horn for that one, man.
Adarya Allah, Shal Shabbatah, Banya Hauda, Banya Sha'ala.
Adarya, Shal Shabbatah, Banya Hauda, Banya Sha'ala. Imagine. Rock. Yahweh Hashem Yashar B'Katam.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar B'Katam.
Chapter 23.
Joshua chapter 23, verse 1. And it came to pass, a long time, after the Most High had given rest unto the children. Joshua chapter 23, verse 1. And it came to pass, a long time, after the Most High had given rest unto Israel from all their enemies round about, that Joshua waxed old and stricken in age. And Joshua called for all Israel, and for their elders, and for their heads, and for their judges, and for their officers, and said unto them, I am old and stricken in age, and ye have seen all that the Most High your power hath done unto all these nations because of you. For the Most High your power is he that hath fought for you. Behold, I have divided unto you by lot these nations that remain, to be inheritance for your tribes, from Jordan, with all their nations that I have cut off, even unto the great sea westward. Verse 5. And the Most High your power, he shall expel them from before you, and drive them from out of your sight, and ye shall possess their land. And the Most High your power hath promised unto you. Be ye therefore very courageous to keep and to do all that is written in the book of the law of Moses, that ye turn not aside therefrom to the right hand or to the left.
Okay,
So what he said, what's up?
It just goes back to, I have to keep and maintain my discipline. I have to keep and maintain my first love, and I can't deviate.
And the Most High said, listen, you got these lands, but he will continue to assist you to remove these Canaanites out of his sight. That's what verse 4 said. I want you to cut these people off. Listen, read verse 4 again.
Joshua chapter 23 and verse 4. Behold, I have divided unto you by lot these nations that remain.
He says, listen, he divided to us by lot the nations that remain. So he broke up all of these little spaces. Each of these little lands had nations in it that had to be eradicated. And like we read in the Josephus, every tribe had a responsibility to eradicate these nations inside of their land. Read on.
To be an inheritance for your tribes from Jordan, with all the nations that I have cut off, even unto the great sea westward.
The great sea westward, meaning we were supposed to cut off all these nations all the way to the great sea westward. The problem is Judah didn't take the Philistines out in Ashdod and Gaza, which was low southwest. Look at the maps. They didn't take out the people in the west. The majority of the west was allowed to stay. There was Canaanites inside the countries, and the west was still unventured and unbroken. We had so much work to do, and Joshua was trying to tell them to finish out the job. Clear out all of these guys and wipe them out from the Most High's sight. That's what verse 5 says. Read that.
Verse 5. The Most High your power, he shall expel them from before you, and drive them from out of your sight.
Well, listen, when he says he's going to drive them out from his sight, that means you got to put the work in, and he'll expel them.
I'll get rid of them.
I'll get rid of them, but you got to do the work. You got to have the courage to stand up and fight them. It wasn't over. This same statement was talked about in Joshua chapter 1 verse 8. When he was telling them to be courageous before they went into the first set of battles. He's like, I'm about to die. Y'all got to be courageous to sit back and finish this battle from sea to shining sea. Finish these guys off to the great sea, which was the Mediterranean. This whole land should be yours. All the Most High did, when you sit back and look at the maps, was set the land where we were supposed to reign. But we didn't finish up the land that we were supposed to reign. We didn't take the land. Judah was supposed to have all this damn land going southwestward. We didn't go that far west, even though we were supposed to. Manasseh didn't finish west. Asher didn't finish west. Ephraim didn't finish west. We didn't finish west. That's what's crazy is I'm looking at these maps. We didn't even get to where we were supposed to finish.
Philistia. No.
In Philistine,
Yeah.
or Gaza, or Ashdod. All those places to the west we didn't finish because we lost our courage and we got deviated. We started deviating. And we didn't finish our battles. So Joshua was like, I just can't lead you through it. I can't lead you from the front. So he sat back and put all the leadership, the judges, the heads, the elders. He's trying to implore these guys, somebody got to step up and push these people forward.
Spiritual slothfulness.
Somebody, listen, there's got to be heads in all these tribes. The heads got to step up and set these campaigns up to eradicate these people. Like the Josephus said, it was in the hands of the leaders of that tribe. Each of the tribes had to man up and do their job, and none of them did. Read on.
And ye shall possess their land, as the Most High your power hath promised unto you.
He's saying you shall possess it. We already had the land. He's like, this is about the finishing of the battle. I need you to finish what we started. Read on.
Verse 6. Be ye therefore very courageous to keep and to do all that is written in the book of the law of Moses, that ye turn not aside therefrom to the right hand or to the left.
He's like, it takes courage to not deviate. It takes courage and fortitude not to sway to the left or to the right, based on influence and circumstances. Read on.
Verse 7. That ye come not among these nations, these that remain among you, neither make mention of the name of their gods, nor cause to swear by them, neither serve them, nor bow yourselves unto them.
This is crazy. You know,
It still goes back to removing them out of your sight. If you remove them out of your sight, they wouldn't be a problem.
this is crazy. I'm looking at this map, right? This is map 4. Canaan divided as among the 12 tribes. Then map 5, shortly later, shows Simeon's land on the south of Judah was taken over by Edomite. Judah's land, we had that Salt Sea.
Don't forget, Simeon was just like the circular part. This was a circle, like here.
Yeah. But it shows right here, the Amalekites and Edomites took it over.
I believe it.
And it shows
yeah.
right here next to Judah, after that, it's supposed to be Reuben. And it shows right here, Moab and Ammon took over.
Yeah.
You see Israel right here, it becomes Israel. It don't become individual lands, Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad, Issachar, it's Israel. Then you have, we're literally losing land. Look at this. I wish people don't mind.
Listen, if you can just type in Google the empire of David and Solomon, the number, the size gets so much. This in this area where Asher was, it's Phoenicia.
Wow.
This is crazy, those great cities of Tyre and Zidon, they rebuilt and kicked us out, man. This is the funny thing is, if this is the empire of David and Solomon, that's before the fall. That's before the first fall.
We've been losing land, huh?
That's the point. But this is what happens.
We've been losing land.
A little leaven leavens the whole lump.
Wow. We've been.
You let a little negative creep in, that negative starts to overcome you. Because we weren't serious about eradicating negative around us. That negative ended up winning. You see that land, it was a significant difference between how it was supposed to be set up and the reality of things later on. It's insane. Because we kept playing with negative. You gotta think about this. There was a consequence to all these scenarios that are about to happen in Judges. We kept losing footholds and space and land. We kept losing position. We kept eroding slowly but surely. And all that land that was promised to us gets shrinking. But that's how the Most High sits back here and starts to deal with us until we take overcoming our spirit serious enough. Joshua knew what was about to happen. Don't mingle with these people. The first statement was, get them out of your sight. Then it was, don't follow their gods. Don't even call their name out. Don't even associate yourself with them. He's going to say later, don't have marriages with them. And they keep doing it. Read on.
Verse 8. But cleave unto the Most High your power, as ye have done unto this day.
If we were cleaving, we would have wiped all these cats off the map. Read on.
Verse 9. For the Most High hath driven out from before you great nations and strong. But as for you, no man hath been able to stand before you unto this day. One man of you shall chase 1,000. For the Most High your power, He it is.
So why am I worried about some stronghold locations and some houses, some lands with damn fortified cities?
He gave us the power.
But we just didn't want to do it.
That's what it shows. I gave you this ability, and you still, all the talent in the world, all the ability in the world, you still want to do it.
To drive these people out from your sight. We were supposed to go all the way to the Great Sea.
It shows how we play when we have leverage over our issues out.
We're comfortable.
And we just don't give a damn about it. We just like, whatever, man. I'll worry about that later. Procrastination. I'll put it off.
Our hands were slacking. And the consequence was we kept them around us and we started assimilating ourselves to their ways. And all this land that was promised to us, it had to start slowly taking it away out.
And then we get mad at
one piece of land at a time.
Because Israel is we still want what we want. We're losing things, and we still want more. And then we get mad at why is the Most High taking and taking and taking and taking. We don't look at we don't get mad at ourselves for slacking and slacking and slacking. We're not angry at the slack.
Brother, we get religious. The Most High should just be looking after me.
He should just take care of me because I come from Abraham. That's real spoiled.
Yeah. But let's keep going, man.
Verse 10. One man of you shall chase 1,000. For the Most High your power, He it is that fighteth for you, as He hath promised you. Verse 11. Take good heed therefore unto yourselves, that ye love the Most High your power. Else if ye do any wise go back,
If you in any wise go backwards, read on.
and cleave unto the remnant,
And cleave unto the remnant of these nations. Read on.
even these that remain among you, and shall make marriages with them, and go in unto them.
Couldn't resist, huh?
But he knew this was going to happen. This is why he initially commissioned these people to wipe them out and clear them out to the Great Sea. He says, if you don't, he said, first you're going to sit back here and start being curious about their beliefs. Then you're going to be curious about their women. Then you're going to take their women. They're going to know you. You're going to know them. Now there's going to be sentiment. Now I'm going to sit back here and we're going to start having a split household. Different beliefs, different gods.
Exactly.
And that's how things fall apart. And actually, this is how you look at how most of these world religions came to be.
Exactly.
A little bit of Israelite stuff, a little bit of Canaanite stuff, a little bit of Egyptology, a little bit of Babylon, mixed into one.
Like, what is that, Kwanzaa that's going to be coming up and all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff?
It's just a mishmash or mishposh or posh-pish, whatever you want to say, hosh-posh. Couldn't get it out. Of all this different information mixed together to develop this crazy wackadoodie doctrine. And this is how it starts. But it's still deviating from the purest form of serving the Most High. Read on.
And they to you. Verse 13. Know for a certainty.
For a fact.
Know for a certainty that the Most High your power will no more drive out any of these nations from before you.
I'm not finna back you, bro.
Listen, and he's not gonna. I'm not gonna allow you to now sit back here and fight and win. Now you're gonna start losing. I'm not gonna back you no
Now,
more.
like, the police is coming. The police is always beating us, shooting us, killing us. Why are these things happening? We weren't having no police brutality this time. There was no Romans coming over here telling us how to live, where to go. You're on child support.
We had Israelite slothfulness.
Yeah.
So keep going.
But they shall be snares and traps unto you.
He says, all the battles that you didn't overcome in yourself, all the slothfulness that you played with will be the snares and traps in your life.
Wow.
Whether it's the not killing all the Canaanites off into the coast, or all the things you neglect in your spirit will be the cause of your snares and traps that end up taking you down in your life. All the issues that you neglect will be the cause of your downfall. It's that simple. And this is why we can't ever put our foot off the gas. We can never push to be comfortable.
This is confirmation, bro.
Because all the things you don't fight will be the reason that you are diminished at the end. They will be your snares and traps, all the things you were supposed to eradicate. This is why we can't get comfortable. This is why the scripture says little leaven leavens the whole lump. That's why Colossians says touch not, taste not, handle not. Anything that has a rudiment of the world will be the thing that ends up ruining you in your spirit. The scripture says that the things written aforetime are written for your what?
Learning.
You're learning. You learn these snares here so you don't replicate it in your life. Finish the battle. Finish the war. Go from sea to shining sea, man. Fight all the battles in yourself, then you'll have peace. Because when you stop premature in your battle, you're looking for a break. You're creating more work for yourself down the line.
Create way more work than mine, bro.
They're sitting back here. Now what ends up happening is you get all these mixtures of families. Now it gets more difficult to start killing. Because don't forget, in Nehemiah, the only way to get back to the Most High was to do what? Get rid of all your ribs and kids that you have with the nations.
Like, it's so sad. That's so sad you had to do this.
Well, you didn't have to deal with that shit if you would have wiped them out damn in the time of Joshua. And never mixed. Never brought the two together. You would have to sit back here and let little Bobby go.
It's like Lot when he was
With Linda. Or some Edomite name. You get what I'm saying, right? You didn't have to sit back and do these extremities. This is what happens. You have to do all these extreme moves to recapture yourself back to the Most High when all you had to do was finish the battle early. When you had the leverage and the power and you didn't have a relationship with these heathens. They were just heathens that were getting in the way of cleansing the land. Now we've established kinships and friendships and relationships. Now it's even harder to get that element out of the arena.
All the rest we had, what was it worth that?
All this, taking that little break into destroying multiple generations down the line. How much hell the Philistines gave us? They were sending dread. Who wants to be in a situation where it's one man versus another man, and the loser, your whole nation goes in slavery? Don't forget, it was David versus Goliath. The loser, your whole people fell. There's a lot riding on the line with David. Babies is dying. Women are getting ravaged. If he took an L out. Just because we didn't fight the battle when we had the leverage and the time. Because we do what we do for the reward and not for the purity of the work. Not for the purity of the work. We do it to get something out the deal. And all of these tribes and nations and people and countless generations had to suffer because Israel was short-sighted and only cared about the initial benefit of getting something out the deal. Selfishness ended up causing everybody to fall. It was selfishness first. Then it grew to sin. Then it was greed.
Yeah.
They're going to give me tribute. Then it was, you know what? I'm comfortable. What's going on over there, man?
Curiosity, yeah.
What's going on over there? What's going on with these orgies over here, man? I heard they got orgies going on.
Inordinate infection.
Let's go and check them out. Now you're sitting back here serving the gods. But it starts with a little folding of the hands and the sin just intensifies. And before you know, we're intermingling households, belief systems. Now the mess is so bad, you have to tear it all down.
You can't clean it up. Really, you really can't clean it up. But you just start killing your own people out.
And that's what had to happen. The captivities and the death. And then we had to be at the brink of extinction before judges come up and save the day.
And then we like, why is the Most High, what kind of power are we serving? He's not a good guy.
Most High's not fair.
Not acknowledging our sin initially.
Done. Once it gets this deep, it's over, man. It's too hard to break now. Now all this sentiments in here. Now, I don't want to lose my wife or great grandkids. And you got 3 or 4 generations in. It's over now. But it didn't have to. This was so important. If they just would have finished the battle and said, "Fuck this." Excuse my French. Now the campaign is to wipe out the rest of these guys right now. Joshua passes on. What's the next battle? Every tribe, you know, it could have been every tribe handling your business. Or listen, do y'all need help? We just rotate, giving each other help, wiping out the rest of these people.
Exactly. It just shows that we weren't brotherly as we could be, we weren't considerate as we could be, and we co-sign weakness. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
We want somebody else to be weak so we can be weak. We want
and that's because everybody was getting money out the deal, so it didn't matter.
We want
In their hand, we got bread. Why sit back here? We getting tribute. I let them have those little mountainous regions. We don't want them anyway. That's what they were thinking. We don't need that. We don't need that pace. Who cares? As long as they give us money, we're good.
And also shows we don't hold on to strong examples.
I know.
We don't hold on to strong examples.
The nation keeps falling because you can't. And you know what's this is happening with us. You can't just keep positive momentum going from one set of leadership to the other. You can't just keep the momentum going. It's always one high, one low. One high, 3 bad. One good, 3 bad. One good, 2 bad. One good, 1 bad. You can never establish consistency in a kingdom or camp or an empire. He keeps starting and starting and going and stopping, going and stopping. Starting and stopping is what I mean. Read verse 13 again, man.
Joshua chapter 23, verse 13. Know for a certainty that the Most High your power will no more drive out any of these nations from before you.
He's not going to defend us
I'm not
anymore.
backing you, bro.
Read on.
But they shall be snares and traps unto you, and scourges in your sides.
They're going to be thorns in our side. All these things that you just neglect in your spirit are thorns in your side down the way. Read on.
And thorns in your eyes, until ye perish from off this good land.
And we kept losing the land. Every L we took, we were losing parts of our inheritance at. Read on.
Which the Most High your power hath given you. And behold, this day I am going the way of all the earth.
I'm about to die. Read on.
And ye know in all your hearts and in all your souls that not one thing hath failed of all the good things which the Most High your power spake concerning.
He's like, you know for damn sure the Most High held up his end of the bargain.
Yep.
He came through with his promises. Now you got to hold up your promises. Eradicate these people to the west, to the Great Sea, and don't play with their influence. Read on.
All are come to pass unto you, and not one thing hath failed thereof. Therefore it shall come to pass that as all good things are come unto you, upon you, which the Most High your power promised you, so shall the Most High bring unto you all evil things, until he hath destroyed you from off this good land.
He's telling you he came through with his end of the bargain. But if you don't keep your end of the bargain up, he's going to send you evil things. And the end of the bargain was to finish what was started, and to hold fast to that which is true, to cleave to him.
Depends when you start.
And to keep the relationship separate.
Yeah.
So you can gain the leverage and the courage to overcome it. Read on.
Which the Most High your power hath given you. Verse 16. When ye have transgressed the covenant of the Most High your
He
power.
already knows what's going to happen. Moses was saying the same thing. I know you're going to utterly corrupt yourselves when you get this land. Joshua, I know you're going to sit back here and start going to the left once I'm dead. Read on.
Which he commanded you, and have gone and served other gods.
He's like, I know you're going to serve these guys. That's why I kept trying to say to kill them all. But I know you're going to do it and you're going to fall. And I have to say this so there's written record that it was said.
Yep.
Read on.
And bowed yourselves to them. Then shall the anger of the Most High be kindled against you, and ye shall perish quickly from off the good land.
Man, it ain't going to take a long time before you fall apart. Read on.
Which he hath given unto you. Joshua chapter 24 and verse 1. And Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem, and called for the elders of Israel, and for and for their heads, and for their judges, and for their officers, and they presented themselves before the Most High. And Joshua said unto all the people, Thus saith the Most High, power
of Israel.
Your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in old time, even Terah, the father of Abraham, and the father of Nachar, and they served other gods. And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the flood, and led him throughout all the land of Canaan, and multiplied his seed, and gave him Isaac.
Now they're going through the whole history of Israel to where they're getting led up to this particular part in Joshua before he passes on. Read on.
And I gave unto Isaac Jacob and Esau. And I gave unto Esau Mount Seir to possess it. But Jacob and his children went down into Egypt. I sent Moses also in Aaron And I plagued Egypt, according to that which I did among them. And afterward I brought you out. Verse 6. And I brought your fathers out of Egypt, and ye came unto the sea. And the Egyptians pursued after your fathers with chariots and horsemen unto the Red Sea. Verse 7. And when they cried unto the Most High, he put darkness between you and the Egyptians, and brought the sea upon them, and covered them. And your eyes have seen what I have done in Egypt, and ye dwelt in the wilderness a long season. Verse 8. And I brought you into the land of the Amorites, which dwelt on the other side Jordan, and they fought with you, and I gave them into your hand, that ye might possess their land, and I destroyed them from before you. Verse 9. Then Balak the son of Zippor, king of Moab, arose and warred against Israel, and sent and called Balaam the son of Beor to curse you. Verse 10. For I would not hearken unto Balaam, therefore he blessed you still. So I delivered you out of his hand. Verse 11. And you went over Jordan, and came unto Jericho, and the men of Jericho fought against you, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the
Girgashites.
The Girgashites, and the
Hivites.
And the Jebusites. And I delivered them into your hand.
So now he's going into present. We sit back here across Jordan, took out Jericho, and he gave all of these giants into our hand. Read on.
Verse 12. And I sent the hornet before you, which
drave them out.
Which drave them out from before you.
What was happening is he was sending these murder hornets. It's talked about more in Esdras. Is it Esdras? One of the chapters in the Apocrypha, how murder hornets were being sent to the land of Canaan to start softening them up before we even got to them. So he was sending murder hornets to wipe out populations. I think it was 12. Yeah, I think it's 12. I'm not going to the whole thing, but murder hornets were sent by the Most High, and it was almost the sign of impending doom before they fell. You read in that chapter, the Most High was talking about how the Most High was warning them to change their ways, and they weren't. And the more they would be rebellious to serving the Most High, he was just wiping them out by these hornets, by in large amounts. So by the time the Jews got there, he was already softening their numbers up, and they were already in the spirit of fear, knowing their time was near, their end was near. Okay, okay. Let's keep going.
Even the 2 kings of the Amorites, but not with thy sword, nor with thy bow.
The Most High kept showing you he was with us without us even having to put the war in. Read on.
Verse 13. And I have given you a land for which ye did not labor.
You didn't have to build the cities with your own hands. It was a ready-made country for the most part. Ready-made for the most part. Furniture, the whole nine. Buildings, monuments, structures, the whole nine, it was already ready-made. Read on.
And cities which ye built not, and ye dwell in them, of the vineyards and olive
yards,
yards,
which ye planted,
not do ye eat.
Yep.
Now therefore fear the Most High, and serve him in sincerity and in truth, and put away the gods which your fathers served on the other side of the flood, and in Egypt, and serve ye the Most High. Verse 15. And if it seem evil unto you to serve the Most High, choose you this day whom ye will serve, whether the gods which your fathers served that were on the other side of the flood, or the gods of the Amorites, in whose land ye dwell. But as for me and my house we will serve the Most High.
What it's showing you is there has to be a level of conviction to do the right thing, whether everybody's going to do the right thing or not. If me and my house, we're going to serve the Lord, regardless if y'all want to do it or not, we're going to do it here. That's where strength and true masculinity comes from. Read on.
Verse 16. And the people answered and said, Most High, forbid that we should forsake the Most High to serve other gods.
The funny thing is everybody's like, no, we're not going to serve other gods. But people don't understand how Satan rolls at you. Israel didn't jump from getting the kingdom to 5 minutes later they were serving other gods. Mm-hmm. We eroded by being comfortable, trying to make it about the money versus finishing the battle. And then once the tribute and the servitude started kicking in, we started getting comfortable and then started having, I guess, associations with these people. And the more associations you have with the nations, now you gain a sentiment to them. And you realize they're not that bad. And when you start realizing these people aren't that bad, then you start accepting their culture, their food, their lifestyle, their things. And then before you know it, your customs are assimilated with these people's customs, and all of a sudden it goes from customs to gods and belief systems. Then you have relationships with these people.
Very subtle.
It's the decay is subtle. Because right now, we're not going to sit back and follow their gods. Because you thought it was about just gods now. But you keeping them around you over time, their culture is going to assimilate with yours. It's only natural. I was going some studying about Israel when we got to the land of Africa. It kept saying that the Hamites kept absorbing our culture. And they started doing things like we did things. When you're in close proximity to people, you can't help but align yourself with their customs. It's natural. So over time, the assimilation broke us. But it started off with servant Lord. It went from servant Lord to assimilating customs to now they're taking us over. But see, once again, that's with us too. We sit back here, we have control over things, we get comfortable, and before you know it, the weaknesses in us overcome us, and we don't know what happened. Because over progressive time, you let more and more things slide. It happens to children. How you raise children is the same way. If you're not stern and consistent on your kids, the more you let them do things, the more they get bold in their way. Then you can't tell them nothing after a certain time. He's showing you how to manage and stay on top of your spirit by not letting these weaknesses slide in yourself nor the people around you. Continue.
Verse 17. For the Most High, verse 17. For the Most High our power, He it is that brought us up and our fathers out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage, and which did those great signs in our sight, and preserved us in all the way wherein we went, and among all the people through whom we passed. And the Most High drave out from before us all the people, even the Amorites, which dwelt in the land. Therefore, we will also serve the Most High, for he is our power. Verse 19. And Joshua said unto the people, Ye cannot serve the Most High, for He is an holy power. He is a jealous power. He will not forgive your transgressions nor your sins.
That's what it means. He says, y'all can't serve Him because you're going to keep pissing Him off by not obeying. And y'all got to know that He's not going to let your weaknesses slide. Read on.
Verse 20. If ye forsake the Most High and serve strange gods, then He will turn and do you hurt and consume you, after that He hath done you good.
It's not going to always be good, and you can't forget that. Read on.
Verse 21. And the people said unto Joshua, Nay, but we will serve the Most High.
They didn't see how the fall was going to come. Read on.
Verse 22. And Joshua said unto the people, Ye are witnesses against yourselves, that ye have chosen you the Most High to serve him. And they said, we are witnesses.
So if you're on the hook, you're on the hook. Read on.
Verse 23. Now therefore, put away, said he, the strange gods which are among you, and incline your heart unto the Most High your power of Israel. And the people said unto Joshua, the Most High our power will we serve, and his voice will we obey. So Joshua made a covenant with the people that day, and set them a statute and an ordinance in Shechem. Verse 26. And Joshua wrote these words in the book of the law of Most High, and took a great stone.
And he wrote this story. Okay, read on.
And set it up there under an oak that was by the sanctuary of the Most High. And Joshua said unto all the people, behold, this stone shall be a witness unto us, for it hath heard all the words of the Most High, which he spake unto us.
Mm-hmm.
It shall be therefore a witness unto you, lest ye deny your power. So Joshua let the people depart, every man unto his inheritance. Verse 29. And it came to pass after these things that Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of the Most High, died, being 110 years old. Verse 30. And they buried him in the border of his inheritance in Timnath Serah,
Mm-hmm.
which is in the Mount Ephraim, on the north side of the hill of Gaash.
Yes.
And Israel served the Most High all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the elders that overlived
Joshua. So that they stayed on point, not just to Joshua's death. They stayed on point to the elders that still had the remnants of the old way from Moses' time. Read on.
That he had done.
Which had known.
Which had known all the works of the Most High, that he had done.
They still lived off of the faith of the individuals that knew Moses and that knew Joshua. But after that generation passed, the rest of these guys didn't have their own example, didn't have their own lessons to hold on to. Yes, sir.
So once that whole era of those, like you said, that knew Moses.
Yeah.
Once that era died off,
Yep.
That's when they started going left.
Yep. Because there was nobody to keep them tethered to the old way. Nobody had that confidence and belief and saw all those miracles and saw what the Most High took them from here to there. That's why it's very important, even in Israel's history, that there's brothers who can bridge those gaps, that can take you from the 80s to the damn 2020s,
Yeah.
and everywhere in between. If you just get this knowledge in 2015, you don't know what the hell's going on. You don't know where we started to where we finish.
And that's why we have like those omers of like the representation of all those things that we experience, the signs we require signs. Like, hey, this is.
And you know why it's so important.
Yeah.
So you need to know the past. So you don't recreate it and duplicate it. Everything. Listen, that's why it's important to have people that say, "Man, I remember when Israel did this, it didn't work. Israel did this in the mid-90s, it didn't work." That's how you eliminate making the same mistakes over and over again. You got to go back to the past to see where it started. Not to look down on elders and teachers, but to see what was a virtue, what was a mistake, how to keep the virtues and learn from the mistakes so Israel can keep ascending forward. So having those brothers who've been on both sides, been in the nativity of Israel, and understand how it is now, can be able to bridge that gap to teach young Israelites how to progress moving forward. So anyway, all the old heads back in the time of Joshua and Moses, after they all passed away, everything starts to fall apart. Verse 32.
And the bones of Joseph, which the children of Israel brought up out of Egypt, buried they in Shechem, in the parcel of grounds which Jacob bought of the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem, for for 100 pieces of silver, and it became the inheritance of the children of Joseph.
So what they're saying, Joseph's bones were brought over from Egypt and put into his land, into his family's land in Shechem. Shechem was obviously the land that was chosen to be the burial place of Joseph, and also the land of the lineage of Joseph. Okay, so they buried obviously Joseph, and they buried Joshua before. Read on.
And Eleazar, the son of Aaron, died, and they buried him in a hill that pertained to Phinehas his son, which was given him in Mount Ephraim.
So Phinehas was obviously, he was a Levite, which was a Kohathite. He was given an allotment in the central part of Israel, which is in the land of Ephraim. And Eleazar got buried in that area where Phinehas was, and there we are. Are there any questions? Matter of fact, let's read a little bit in the Antiquities of the Jews to finish this up. Josephus, Josephus, book 5, chapter 1, paragraph 28.
Okay.
We're going to read that, and then we finish up from there.
Okay. Antiquities of the Jews.
Yep. Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 1, paragraph 28.
When they had made this answer, and Phinehas had commended them for it, he came to Joshua and explained before the people what answer they had received. Now Joshua was glad that he was under no necessity of setting them in array, or of leading them to shed blood.
So this is going back to where, when Phinehas brought the report to Joshua that Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh weren't trying to build some negative altar, Joshua was glad that nothing happened and it was all peaceful. Read on.
And make war against men of their own kindred. And accordingly he offered sacrifices of thanksgiving to the Most High for the same. So Joshua after that dissolved this great assembly of the people, and sent them to their own inheritances, while he himself lived in Shechem. But in the 20th year after this, when he was very old, he sent for those of the greatest dignity in the several cities, with those in authority, and the Senate, and as many of the common people as could be present.
The point is that that all the leaders had the power to do something about it. They just didn't do it, man. Read on.
And when they came, he put them in mind of all the benefits the Most High had bestowed on them, which could not be a great many, since from a low estate they were advanced to such a degree of glory and plenty, and exhorted them to make notice of the intentions of the Most High, which had been so gracious towards them, and told them that the deity would continue their friend by nothing else but their piety.
The only way the Most High would be there for them was by their piety, their humility, and their desire to serve Him and prioritize Him first. Read on.
And that it was proper for him, now that he was about to depart out of this life, to leave such an
admonition
to them, and he desired that they would keep in memory this his exhortation to them. Exhortation to them. So Joshua, when he had thus discoursed to them, died, having lived 110 years, 40 of which he lived with Moses, in order to learn what might be for his advantage afterwards.
So Joshua learned most of the lessons he needed under Moses. Read on.
He also became their commander after his death for 25 years.
So he took over the helm for 25 years. It was 5 years of war, 20 years afterwards. Read on.
He was a man that wanted not wisdom nor eloquence to declare his intentions to the people, but very eminent on both accounts. So
listen, he wanted to make sure he didn't want to come off. Read it again. I want to explain this right.
Okay. He was of great courage.
No, he was a man that wanted.
Okay. He was a man that wanted not wisdom nor eloquence, to declare his intentions to the people.
So he wanted to make sure he was able to explain the message to the people in clear terms, not overly wise, not overly eloquent. Read on.
But very imminent on both accounts.
But it wasn't like he was lacking in wisdom and understanding. He had the capability to tap into different type of calibers and levels of people. But he wanted to make sure he leveled with the nation, so they understood him, and he wasn't talking above them, but with them. Read on.
He was of great courage and magnanimity.
Magnanimity, the definition of magnanimity is greatness of mind, that elevation or dignity of spirit, which encounters danger and trouble with tranquility and firmness, which raises the possessor above revenge and makes him delight in acts of benevolence, which makes his disdain injustice and meanness, meaning low levelness, and prompts him to sacrifice personal ease, interest, and safety for the accomplishment of the useful and noble objects or objectives. That's a hell of a damn definition. It is said he was selfless. He carried himself with class and elegance. He had the firmness of mind to deal with danger and difficulties and not like fluctuate and get weak because of it. His courage, his potency was great. Read on.
He was of great courage and magnanimity in action and in dangers.
And he was able to handle and be courageous in difficult circumstances. Read on.
And very sagacious in procuring the peace of the people, and of great virtue at all proper seasons. He was buried in the city of Timnad, of the tribe of Ephraim. About the same time died Eleazar the high priest, leaving the high priesthood to his son Phinehas. This monument also and sepulchre are in the city of Gabbatha.
Okay. So, we're gonna sit back here and start to next week fresh in Judges. It doesn't make sense to go into Judges after knocking out 4.5 hours of class. Are there any questions about the topic that we had today, in class or online? If there's anything online, questions, let us know. But we will start Judges, the book of Judges, next Saturday, and we'll start going into all the craziness Israel did when we had no strong leadership at the helm. And when y'all get a chance, look at those maps of how Israel was when we first crossed into Canaan, and you're going to start seeing all that landmass that was promised to us start diminishing and dwindling based on our conduct. It's a damn shame. So, so far I haven't got any questions online. And with that, let me give it one more minute before we start sending up prayers. But once again, next week we're starting in Judges. We flew through Joshua pretty quick, man.
Yeah.
That was like boom, boom, boom. Now we're going to sit back here and get Judges. We'll be going through Judges fast too. And we'll go from there. All right. My gym will pump. Was that?
Can we add an extra prayer for a Gadal and the baby? Baby still sick.
Okay. What was the name?
It's for about a Gadal, the baby still sick.
What's the name of the baby?
I'm not sure the name of the baby. I don't really.
If I can get a name, I can do it. I need the name. All right. Amajim Wapanya Yerushalayim. Rise and face east. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us right now. Send Mike Olive and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly. For in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Hathawara.
Hathawara.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law. Okay. Let's see. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathanawa. Award. Lara'ah. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathanawa. Ha'ayom. Kwara. La Ha'ain. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathanawa. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashak. Yasha'al. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness.
And thy faithfulness.
Every night.
Every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
For thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy work.
hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph
I will triumph
in the works of thy hands.
in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works,
how great are thy works,
and thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth
A
not,
brutish man knoweth not,
neither doth the fool understand this.
neither does the fool understand this.
When the wicked springeth the grass,
When the wicked springs as the grass,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
Thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
For lo, thine enemies,
For lo, thy enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
for lo, thine enemies shall perish.
for lo, thy enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
But thy horn shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire on my enemies.
My desire on my enemies.
And my ear shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire
My desire
of the wicked that rise up against me.
of the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing,
They shall be fat and flourishing,
to show that the Lord is upright.
to show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock,
He is my rock,
and there is no unrighteousness in
and
him.
there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar,
Shayar,
Hama'ayawa,
Hama'ayawa,
Laduad,
Laduad,
Hana,
Hana,
Ma, Tawab,
Tawab,
Wama,
Wama,
Na'ayam,
Na'ayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akim,
Akim,
Gam,
Gam,
Yachad,
Yachad,
Kashaman,
Kashaman,
Hatawab,
Hatawab,
Ayab,
Ayab,
Hara'ash,
Hara'ash,
Yaran,
Yaran,
Ayab,
Ayab,
Hazakwan,
Hazakwan,
Zakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharan,
Aharan,
Shayaraj,
Shayaraj,
Ayab,
Ayab,
Haya,
Haya,
Madawathiwa,
Madawathiwa,
Kator,
Kator,
Karamwan,
Karamwan,
Shayaraj,
Shayaraj,
Ayab,
Ayab,
Haraya,
Haraya,
Tazayawan,
Tazayawan,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Sham,
Sham,
Tazawah,
Tazawah,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Habaraka,
Habaraka,
Kayayam,
Kayayam,
I, Ha'olam,
Ha'olam,
Ba'ashem Yahushai,
By Hashem Yahushai,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ba'ashem,
Ba'ashem,
Yahushai,
Yahushai,
Rakhanao,
Rakhanao,
Wa'asharalim,
Wa'asharalim,
Wabiyath,
Wabiyath,
Support,
Support,
Turn, Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ba'ashem,
Ba'ashem,
Yahushai,
Yahushai,
Rakhanao,
Rakhanao,
Wa'asharalim,
Wa'asharalim,
Wabiyath,
Wabiyath,
Support,
Support,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ba'ashem,
Ba'ashem,
Yahushai,
Yahushai,
Rakhanao,
Rakhanao,
Wa'asharalim,
Wa'asharalim,
Wabiyath,
Wabiyath,
Support,
Support,
Turn, Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ba'ashem,
Ba'ashem,
Yahushai,
Yahushai,
Rakhanao,
Rakhanao,
Wa'asharalim,
Wa'asharalim,
Wabiyath,
Wabiyath,
Support,
Support,
Turn. Barakatah Yahweh,
Barakatah Yahweh,
Barakatah Yahushai,
Barakatah Yahushai,
Barakatah Yahweh,
Barakatah Yahweh,
Barakatah Yahushai,
Barakatah Yahushai,
Barakashah,
Barakashah,
Shalak,
Shalak,
Terah B'chayim,
Terah B'chayim,
Ayel,
Ayel,
the family of Ibad,
the family of Ibad,
Shalak,
Shalak,
Rapah,
Rapah,
Rachayim,
Rakayim,
Ayo. Ibad's family. Shalak. Tawab Rechayim. Ayo. Ibad's family. Ba'Hashem. Yahushai. Gawadim. Amyad. Amad. Circle up. You got it?
I tried again. I gotta get it something.
Okay.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh. Why Yahweh Shai? Why call Yashala? Men of Israel. Amajah. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Rakam.
Kwam Yashala. Kwam Yashala. Kwam Yashala. Turn and face the sisters.
Oh, yes,
I'm
Yashmatah.
sorry, Yashmatah.
Turn and face sisters.
Turn and face the sisters.
There you go.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel. Amajah. Barak.
Yahweh Shemai Alatham. Ba'Hashem Yahushai. Yashmatah. Dismissed. All right. Israel, for tuning in. See y'all on Monday.